That's the shofar.
And everything you should do is in Yah's name. You've got to do everything that he says in his name.
Yeah.
Woo. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Romans 11:5. That's what we was talking about, that remnant.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Thank you, Yah.
Praise Yah.
Yes. Romans.
Respect Yah's house.
Hey, my Yah is so. Hey, my Yah is so. Sororaba, Yah. Sororaba, Yah.
Praise Yah.
Romans 11:5. That's what we was talking about, that remnant.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Thank you, Yah.
Praise Yah.
Yes.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
All praises to the Most High, Yah. All praises to the Most High. All right, let me see. Let me check the comments. Make sure y'all can hear me. Make sure my mic sounds nice. Check 1. My mic sounds nice. Check 2. All right, so y'all make sure I turn it down if I get way too loud a little bit later. Let me see where it's at. 48. 48 is good. All right, so if I get too loud later, y'all make sure I turn it down. All right, we're getting right in tonight. I don't know why my computer look all yellow. I don't know what just happened, but I restarted it thinking it was going to clear up and it didn't. So I don't know, everything look all yellow. All right, now we're getting right started tonight. Let me put the link. Shalom, everybody worldwide. Welcome to Mashiach Assembly Ministries, House of Yah. I am Uncle Yahya Shah, also known as Uncle Yahshua. Welcome to the House of the Most High. All right, Most High Yah. All right, what am I doing? Oh, I'm not sharing. I want to get the invite link so my brothers and sisters can join me on the screen. Whoever's joining me on the screen tonight. Shalom, House of Yah, Control V, enter. That's the link. So brothers and sisters can join me on the screen. Now I want to see if I could take the lion off. Let me see. Go to branding. Go down. Where's the lion? Where you at, lion head? There you go. Up here. It's the logo. So if I don't want to delete it. I just want to take it off for a second. There you go. Okay. There you go. I can bring it back too. Let me try. Let me see. Bring it back. All right, alrighty then. All right. Shalom, Elder Taj Bala Yah. Shalom, King. All right, guys, welcome to the House of the Most High. All right, so because I am doing another special presentation tonight, let me go ahead and bang. Oh, I gotta open that up. Come down. Where is it? It's down here. Double click. All right, that's open. Now I gotta make it smaller because everything is all folio now. There we go, smaller over there. Bang. I might as well double click this one while I'm at it right now. Double click, double click, double click. That one. All right. I might as well go back to the beginning. Oh, that is the beginning right there. Bang. Leave that open. Come back to you guys. All right, go to present, share screen, window. We starting early. We're getting right in with the juicy. No, pause, no Diddy. I don't know. All right. So now this is the thumbnail. The thumbnail reads Sorority Rituals Exposed. Zeta Phi Beta is what's in that thumbnail right there. See that ZOB, Zeta Phi Beta? That's that Greek stuff. All right? It says sorority rituals exposed. Shh. Shh. Secret. Don't tell nobody. It's a secret society. All we ask is trust. It's a secret society. They got a lot of secrets. So our sister Yadasa last week on the seventh day, Friday, she explained that they got a lot of secrets. See? So tonight is part 2 to her testimony of her denouncing her sorority, Zeta Phi Beta. And tonight we're going to expose the rituals, some of the rituals. All right? Let me add. All right. Akiyama's add to the stage whenever she want to come in. All right. So now we getting in early. I know we usually don't get in so early, but yeah, we getting right to it. Ain't nothing to it but to do it. All right. Now, we, somebody said hang in there. All right. All right. So, Shalom, everybody worldwide. Sorry I can't read all the chat. It's all yellow over there. I got to figure out what, I hope it's not my TV. I had this TV for a while. It just went yellow on me. Kind of like, you know how people have their cell phones that be all dim? It went all dim on me. I'm like, I don't know what's going on. I hate it like that. I don't like all that. I like bright stuff. All right. So let's get started. I'll deal with it tonight. All right. So I got the chat up tonight. Sorority rituals exposed. All right. Let's get going. Shout out to brother Matt Yahoo over on Facebook. All right. Here we go. Copyright disclaimers in effect. All videos that we present, we are not the owners of the video content. We are a ministry, and this is for reactionary purposes only. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for tonight's study. All right. Shalom, everyone. Here we go. Let's get going. All right. So where's my other window? Where are you? Right there. So I don't see you. There you go. You're hiding back in the back. All right. Let me make that a little smaller. Just a little smaller. Then bring this over here and set the stage, guys. Now I got y'all. I can see the chat. I can see everybody. Shalom, Hakyam. All right. Here we go. First clip of the night. Stop share. Sorority rituals exposed. Part 2. Yakata, that's sister, or Ayata, that's sister in the Habaraya language, the Hebrew language. Ayakata, sister Yadasa, is denouncing her sorority. And tonight, she's exposing the rituals. Stop share. Let go. I'm open with this clip first. And then we're going to get to it. Because it's relevant to what we're about to bring out. Sorority rituals. Y'all watch this one. Present. Share screen. Bang. Share. Sorority rituals exposed. Watch this.
If Kamala Harris is elected, she would be sworn in.
She could be sworn
on
in
MLK Day
by the first Black Supreme
and
Court,
possibly by Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Yeah.
Does
Stop
that
it.
not give you chills?
Come on, stop it.
Does that not send
Maria?
just make your whole body vibrate?
Does that make y'all whole body vibrate? Does that give y'all chills? If Kamala Harris becomes the president, she gonna get sworn in by Ketanji Johnson. One is 2 sorority sisters, all right? 2 Greeks, but they want the black vote. That one blows my mind. Why don't want the Greek vote? I don't make that make sense. So-called black people, make that one make sense, right? But you hear what they said? Don't that give you chills? If you got chills, you need to check something. You need to go see a doctor about that.
If Kamala Harris is elected, she would be sworn in.
She could be sworn
on
in
MLK Day.
She'll be sworn in on Martin Luther King Day, and he Alpha Kappa Alpha. I think that's what that means. A for AKA or I don't know. He Alpha. I don't know what that is. Something. He's something. Whatever that is. Your Dawson know what that is. He's something. That's Martin Luther King, right? He Greek. He Bubule. R.I.P. to Martin Luther King. He was messing up a lot. At the end, he was trying to get it right. Said, I'm marching my people into a burning house. And that's when they killed him. Y'all better know. All right. So, all right. So he, Alpha Phi Alpha, that's what that means? Okay. Alpha Phi Alpha. All right.
by the first Black Supreme
And
Court.
possibly by Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Yeah.
Does that not give you chills?
So Ketanji Brown Jackson and her, that's that Supreme Court lady. Ain't she the one who said that she don't know what a woman is? Yeah, that lady right there. She said she don't know. They said describe a woman. I don't know. I don't know what a woman's gender is. I can't describe a woman. Right? And then this old cackling what's it, Kamala the cackler? That's what she there. She always hacking. She always cackling all over the place. So these two, okay? So these Greeks, I guess the Greeks gonna be in office. What they got to do with us so-called blacks? I ain't Greek. I'm sorry. I ain't never been to Greece. My mama ain't Greek. My daddy ain't Greek. I ain't Greek. Shout out to Fatima Yah in the building. All right, now we're
first
get
Black
started.
Supreme
And
Court.
possibly by Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Yeah.
Does that not give you chills?
Stop it.
Does that not send
Maria,
just make your whole body vibrate?
You hear how you hear how excited he was? Say, stop it! Stop it! Oh my goodness, boy, Ricky Crowley. If Ricky Crowley ain't the what's his name, Uncle Ruckus, I don't know who is. So you need to sit his little Uncle Ruckus self right on down. All right, I just want to start that intro, and now exposing the sorority rituals, featuring Yadasa. Lego. Here we go. So, I'm gonna go to the end of the first clip just so y'all have context where we left off on the first clip. I do it correctly. I think that's, Nah, I just got confused. I think it's this one. Yeah, it is. All right. So right there. I know you're ready to do that right there. It's right there. All right. So I can go. I guess I can go. It says 0-1, so I guess I can go back. All right. Here we go. Share this tab instead. Make it full screen.
So when you ask that question, what are all the nines? Which ones are they? It's the kappas, the omegas, the alphas, the sigmas, and the iotas. And then for the women organizations, it's the zetas, the AKAs, the sigma, gamma, rhos, and the deltas.
Wow. I remember some of those names from the Spike Lee movie.
The covenant was made.
Mm-hmm.
So this isn't about me, my experience, because people love to say, well, that's what she did. That's what happened with her chapter. That's what took place with her.
Mm-hmm.
One thing took place with all of us. All of us took an oath.
Mm.
So I just wanted to be clear because I can sense and feel when people want to come forward and they'll be trolling in the commentary, you know.
So that we left off at here. Where is it? Here. With Yadasa bringing out the part about the rituals. Okay? That one I was just playing, that was the beginning of the clip. All right? So we left off here with her bringing out the beginning of the rituals. And I'm going to get to it right here. Right here. Bang. All right. So let me share this tab. There we go.
It's something anybody can find, y'all. Like it's literally a Google search.
There you
Zeta
go.
Phi Beta handbook. Anybody's handbook is available publicly.
That, when they took it off, then they immediately started quoting you some of the real things of the shield,
Yes.
yelling it to you.
Yes. I'm glad we went back. I almost forgot. Yeah, they start telling you the truth about stuff. So I don't really remember the breakdown of it anymore. That was something that was taken from me. But when off that document that I sent you, it's a good time to pull that up, because
We got to pull it up.
that's what's talking about what happened, right? That's what's happening on the last day. Stuff that, you like, well, dag, if I would have known, but again, you're in darkness, so it's already too late. But anybody that would have caught the red flag, let's say it was somebody that was a Christian or something at the time, and they maybe knew a little bit of scripture, when we opened that Bible and they started to take away words out of the scripture and substituting it with Zeta, when they started to do that, it would have turned on you like, wait a minute, this is blasphemy. This is like, hold up, this is blasphemy, because the word says not to add or take away. So it would have clicked to you, but in the midst of the heightened, you're emotionally high. You know what I'm saying? You're ramped up at this point. So right after they tell you everything, it's gone from you, because next up is the show. The following day or a couple of days after that, now everything that you done learned and everything, now you got to get your line jacket, your number, your name, you're about to be revealed to the public. So all of that stuff that went down that night, the enemy already took it from you.
Yeah.
So
now let me give you context. So what she was explaining on the last one, she was saying that when they get to college, right? This is the Greek sororities and fraternities. They groom you. They make you think everything is good. They give you food. They treat you well. Hello, hi. They take care of you. They give you special attention. Everything is grooming you. And then she said, once you are about to get initiated, the day before is when everything hammers down. Their true intentions, the day that you're about to start doing the rituals. All right. And by then you're so indoctrinated, you've been so groomed and massaged in, pause, no diddy. I just be saying that because it's funny. Y'all know I don't care about that crap. So what she's bringing out now is, she said, when you play it back later, she said, you realize when you see them take the scriptures out of the Bible and put the betas, the Greek, the fraternity, sorority in there in the scriptures, you should have known that something is wrong with this. So all of the darkness stuff is hidden. But now she's going to get to the part where she starts the initiation rituals.
people are like, I pledged 30 years ago and this didn't happen to me. That's great. I'm glad certain things didn't happen, but I know what did happen, that none of us could escape that ritual night, and all of us binded to the oath. So again,
that covenant happened.
Exactly. I repeat that it doesn't matter if you didn't get hazed or not. If you thought getting broken down and built up was a cool idea, I don't care about any of that. One thing stands true for every single member of a Greek organization. You signed off on that. Your name is in the database that's attached to you.
Wow, good word. Well, this is a place that we need to bring up the ritual book. So Yadasa sent me something she found online, and it's called the, hold on, let me bring mine up. So, because I'm going to share the screen.
And it's something anybody can find, y'all. Like, it's literally a Google search, Zeta Phi Beta handbook. Anybody's handbook is available publicly. I don't know how long that's been the case. Some of them are in different formats, so you can tell that it's probably released. Somebody put it out there just to save souls. So don't take my word for it.
So here we
All right, here we go. Now I'm going to go to my other window because I made it. I did a new thing for y'all. Did it special. All right, here we go. Let me see which one is bigger. That one's bigger. Let's go.
So here we go. So she sent me this, and she said, Unc, I found something online, and it's called the Zeta Phi Beta Initiation Ritual. And she just told you could find it online. So as this says 1994, it says Ritual Ceremony 1, Introductory Remarks. And then it got Basilius. I guess that's Greek, right? A Greek word. Okay. Again, you're pledging to the enslavers' language, okay? So now it says, Basilius, this meeting has been called for the purpose of taking in new members into our beloved sorority. Through this experience, they are to begin their understanding of the goals and objectives of the sorority. They will further understand the programs designed for implementation of those goals and objectives. It is our hope that they will be dedicated and committed to the principles on which the sorority was founded and to the ideals of scholarship, sisterly love, service, and finer womanhood. The neophytes, that's why you said you wouldn't even been a neophyte. I was using that word because I understand other initiations from other Kemet and stuff that I studied years ago. So the neophytes will understand the true meaning of Zeta Phi Beta sorority only when they witness and share in the common bonds of sisterly love and finer womanhood exercised by the Zetas. I therefore charge each chapter member to carry herself in such a manner that our new sorors will see through example the commitment of dedicated sorors.
Right, which is why you show up as a united front. This is why you have to be your best self when you come forward, because according to this ritual initiation, that's the way you present. So when people are like, my aunt is Delta and she's the sweetest person, I'm sure she is.
She has to present herself that way according to her pledge, right?
Yeah,
she took a ritual oath. Okay. So it has national prayer. The national prayer shall be repeated in unison, all together. This is the one where I was reading when your doctor showed me, and I said, you know what? Let me stop. I don't want to read this on my own. I want to read it when we do the live video because I want to be surprised what I see. I don't want to have to reread it. So guys, I'm about from here on, I don't know what none of this says, okay? So I wanted to do that on purpose. Because once I seen this thing starting and said, oh Lord, our Heavenly Father, I said, whoa, stop right here. I don't want to read no more. I'd rather do it when we make the video. All right, so this is, so Yadasa, on here, this national prayer, this is what all y'all had to speak this? They make y'all say this?
Yep. This is something that has to be said and repeated in unison. So where you see in red is kind of what the action is, and that black is what's to follow. Okay.
So the national prayer repeated in unison, everybody. And it says, oh Lord, our Heavenly Father. And for those guys in awakening, y'all know who Lord is. Right? So I'm not about to say nothing about no y'all because this ain't got nothing to do with y'all. This is Greek. Understand something? This is Baal. So it says, oh Lord, our Heavenly Father, we come to thank thee for the blessings thou hast bestowed upon. I rebuke all this in the name of Yahshua. Let's just do this study. We come that bestowed upon us. We ask thee to be our shield of protection. I rebuke it and make our lives such that they may be examples for others to follow. Help us at all times to be kind and honest and do the things which are pleasing in thy sight. All of these things we ask in thy name. Amen. Who name? Zeta Phi Beta. Okay. Wow. That's very interesting. So they got their own prayer. And all right. Now it says business. And now in the red, all business of the sorority relating to the new members shall be conducted at this time with the following outline as suggested agenda. All reports, communications from national headquarters, possible instructions, recommendations for approval. What does that mean?
I don't know what those recommendations for approval are. I'm not sure because this is the book that they had. We were just initiates. So
yeah, this is the big stuff.
Right. Okay. Like, I don't know what this exactly means, but I know that the steps to follow, you will start to see where it says candidates. And
I see it.
You know what I mean? You'll start to see that part where we was chime in.
Okay. So this is the big dog thing. So this is also talking to, I guess, the higher up. So they say in the business, all reports, communication from national headquarters. These are the ones who are now in charge of the candidates and the people, the initiates and the neophytes and all that. Mm-hmm. So it says the order of ceremony, the national sorority hymn. So y'all got a hymn. They got a song, a national sorority song.
All of them do. Everybody.
They all do. Everybody got their own individual.
Yep.
All right. Shall be played and sung softly while the aspirants are led into the room by the membership. Also, is this the initiation?
Yep.
Ah, they shall stand in front of their seats with the membership coordinator at one end of the first anti-bacilio at the other until the bacillus declares the meeting open for the ritualistic service. Ooh, we see all those words. I'm running for cover. Ritualistic. Bacillus, in accordance with the Constitution, they got a Constitution, huh?
Yeah.
Of the Zeta Phi Beta sorority, and by the virtue of the power invested in me. Ooh, oh my goodness, you are literally making a covenant. By the power vested in me by the body, I do hereby declare this meeting open for the intake of new members. Will the grammatis, that's Greek. Please read the name of the persons. The candidate aspirant will answer here to their names. So they read out your names. Then the grammatis says, most worthy officers, the following named persons have been duly chosen for membership in the Zeta and having met the requirements are ready to be received into our sorority. They read the names. Do you come here of your own accord to be a member? Woo! Free will. The candidate, I do.
Yep.
You are married. This is an institution. This is a covenant. I do.
That's a good word. You're married. This is a covenant. The two become one. I do, they said on there. So the person has to answer, I do.
Are you willing to take upon yourself the responsibilities, obligations, trust to be obedient to its laws and regulations? The obligations are many and are varied. It will be they don't tell you what it is. It will be your responsibility to attend all meetings, regular and called, to support all projects with your time, your talent, your finances, to study and learn all the guidelines, constitutions, handbooks, rituals. Are you willing? Free will. Are you willing to abide by and assume these responsibilities? I am. Woo. I rebuke all this in the name of Yasha.
Yeah.
We are a group of college women organized as a sister Greek letter organization to Phi Pi Sigma fraternity. What's that? Phi Beta Sigma fraternity.
That's remember I said some of the organizations parallel, you kind of have a brother organization. That's
yeah.
Phi Beta Sigma fraternity.
I got you. Do hereby bind ourselves, bind together for the purpose of promoting the cause of education by encouraging the highest standards of scholarship through scientific, literary, cultural, educational programs, promoting charitable projects on college campuses and within the community, fostering the spirit of sisterly love. You see?
It said they do bind themselves.
For those who awaken, you understand these key trigger spiritual declarations and covenants that you're making and promoting the ideal of final womanhood. Are you willing to accept this concept? Answer. Are you willing to commit yourself to fostering the ideals of her? Answer. Do you understand that you must give your time and talents? Are you willing to contribute financially to the development? Are you willing to serve in leadership? Are you willing to participate in the state, regional, and national levels, realizing that Zeta Phi is a community conscious action oriented organization? Are you willing to extend your service and promotion and development as a charity? Bacillus Soror, what is your recommendations regarding these comments? Most worthy, these candidates have satisfactorily stood the test required of them. They are now ready for their instructions. Remove the blindfolds.
So see, in this moment, all this is being spit. You like, I will, I do.
Are you blindfolded?
Hold the presses. Somebody stop the presses. You were blindfolded that whole time? I'm sitting there now. I'm sitting there not even realizing that they was blindfolded through all that stuff. They tell me I removed the blindfold. Oh my, so you done walked in this dark room blindfold. You don't even know what's going. You can take that blindfold off and it got a whole bunch of no diddies. You got the no diddy committee and all of them in there. The devil's a lie. I ain't going nowhere blindfold. Y'all just tripping. Y'all done lost their mind. Wow. Okay, let's go.
Right. This is the point where then you will remove it. So when people are like, I didn't go through that. Come on. Like this is a handbook that is consistent. That's why it's designed this way. There's go to the left, move them to the right.
That
Hakyama said, Matthew 15:14, let them alone. They be blind, leaders of the blind. And if the blind lead the blind, both shall fall into the ditch. Good word, good scripture, Hakyama.
it's different when all that's being said while you're blindfolded, guys. Because when you cover your eyes, you cover your seeing, you like the vision. So you're in darkness. So you better understand spiritual warfare. They know that. This is ancient Baal, Moloch. All this stuff been here. This goes back to the Greek enslavement and all of it, the kingdoms. So this is old ritualistic stuff. So it hits
this old Canaanite. So they blind you so that you are in the darkness, meaning the spiritual darkness as you're taking these oaths and covenants with your free will, binding yourself to this old ancient dark heavenly host, Sabaoth, Sabayath. That's what this is. Ancient covenant.
Different when you're blindfolded and they're saying all this and you're agreeing with your free will, but you're in darkness. That hits different. So they take off, here it says they remove the blindfold. Now it says, Zeta has been written upon your hearts and your minds. Ooh, you are now ready to receive the light of Zeta. Oh, I rebuke all that in the name of Yahshua. I send it all back to whence it's come.
I know that's right, Tell them, Yo, listen. Did they just say, did y'all hear these spiritual words, these manifestations? Lauriyah put those who have eyes to see. Lauriyah said they are visual blinded to see the light after. Don't let your light be dark light. You heard? The dark light. Hold on. I got to go back again. I got to go back a little bit. Hold on.
Hearts and your minds. Ooh, you are now ready to receive the light of Zeta. Oh, I rebuke all that. And then,
hold on, go back.
Now it says Zeta has been written upon your hearts and your
mind. We already know that the scripture says what is supposed to be written on your mind, and you're supposed to circumcise your heart and replace it with the heart of the Most High. The word of Yah, the scripture is supposed to be written in your inward parts on your mind. This, whoa, Nelly. Hold on.
Greek enslavement and all of it, the kingdoms. So this is old ritualistic stuff. So it hits different when you're blindfolded and they're saying all this and you're agreeing with your free will, but you're in darkness. That hits different. So they take off, here it says they remove the blindfold. Now it says Zeta has been written upon your hearts and your minds. Ooh, you are now ready to receive the light of Zeta. Oh, I rebuke all that in the name of Yahshua. I send it all back to whence it's come. I'm just teaching this and speaking this as a teaching lesson to the children out there who are in darkness, who don't know. So I ain't making no covenant, and I rebuke any covenants for any of this spoken to into anyone's home who watch this lesson. This is for educational purposes from a child of the Most High, and everybody that hears this lesson and study, you are covered under the anointing of Uncle Yahshua from the authority of Shamayam. I speak life over to all your homes. So this will not enter. Nobody listening is making any covenant to what is being spoken. It will not be received by nobody. Go back to whence you come, you Zeta, fallen angel, adversary, God, because they are gods. The Most High call them gods.
Yep.
You heard? Wow. All right, I just had to do that because this is no joke. This spiritual warfare is no joke. You speak this stuff, you think it ain't making a covenant, you will be. So I had to send that back to whence it come. So it says after they remove the blindfold, they says Zeta has been written upon their hearts and their minds. But what the scriptures say? Love the Most High with all your what? Your heart, your mind, and your soul. Ooh, you are.
We done gave it off to Zeta.
You done gave it all to this Greek god, Zeta. That's why our sister Yadasa, we are doing this. We're taking this time to make this lesson. Listen up, brother TCA. You're welcome, King. So maybe, you could take something from this.
All right, let me explain that part, because I got a TCA lesson coming soon. This was about 1.5 years ago. This was at the time when TCA was putting all this hand signs, exposing everybody for their hand signs. This is when he was starting his decline, actually. So I got a lesson coming so I'm just pointing out because they're like, TCA, no, we didn't just do this last week. This was like last year when we did this, but now we're bringing it out, all in the Most High's time. All right. So, my goodness, let's go.
And go in and push it out, because you ain't shadow banned like me. they don't let me do nothing. They ripped my last thing apart. Yadasa, Yana was like, I can't even download it, and they stopped. They did all this stupid stuff, and then they put it back up later. I was like, my goodness, leave us alone. We ain't talking about nobody. Okay, now we are in this one, right? So anyway, now guys, thank you for your Dasa for bringing firsthand knowledge and understanding, because my people are destroyed by a lack of knowledge. So we don't know. A lot of people don't even know. They took these covenants, and some people still have these covenants over them. And that's where your Dasa is speaking out. She's like, these people are still in covenant with this stuff, and it hasn't been broken. So you have to break the covenant and send it back to when it's come. Otherwise, this Zeta God still has authority, because you did use your free will, whether you knew or not, you still did it. Now,
guys, these are gods. The Most High said, don't put none of them before him. Do not present none of them to him. Bring them to him. These are gods. What gods? There's thousands of them. Gods and devils are the opposites of the same. They're a completed thing. They're the dark sides. These are dark heavenly hosts. These are fallen angels that they are calling on. So there are gods, and then there's Sabaoths. The Sabaoths, the dark heavenly hosts, are tied to the dark fallen angel. The dark Sabaoths are the gods, and the fallen angels are the dark Malaks, the dark angels. They are tied together. So the dark angels, the fallen angels, call on the power of the dark Sabaoths. That's evil. That's darkness. And they try to tap in to the highest of darkness. I don't want to give stuff out. We live. The highest of darkness, which was over the face of the earth from the beginning, which is the marine kingdom. So these Zetas, all these alphas, all these Greco names and terminologies, all they Zeus and Dionysus and all these things, even when it got over to Greco to Roman, they have other gods, Olympus and Olympia and all this. Y'all know what I'm talking about. These are gods, and they're pledging to these devils, because gods and devils are the opposites of the same entity. That's why they exist within you. It's the light and the dark, the completion of the thing itself. So what spirit you come in is what you get. What you call is what Ryak, what spirit that you come in, is whether you're going to get the light or the dark side of these things, these heavenly hosts. Sabayafs in the Habarayah Hebrew tongue, original Habarayah tongue. Sabayafs in the Phoenicic, Ugaritic tongue is Sabaoth. All right, let's continue.
It says that they Zeta has been written upon their hearts and their minds, and now they are ready to receive the light of this Zeta God. Wow. It says each candidate lights her candle from the one on the table. Now you're doing the ritualistic light in the candle, the light of Zeta, this God, right?
And
This
you see how
anti.
symbolically we had the blindfold on, and all of a sudden, at this very moment, we can take our blindfolds off, and now we can see, and now we receive the light. Like the order of it all, when you look deeper into it. That on that day, we just ready for these blindfolds to come off. We ain't even caring about nothing. Like, give us a candle.
We're going to do whatever you say. Yeah, you give me a candle. I can light a pig if you want. Right?
At that point, we could have lit a cigarette for all I care.
For all I care, light a blunt, whatever you want. Right? Like, I don't even smoke, but I'll smoke a blunt right now. I need to get this over with. In fact, see, that's what I'm talking about, guys. That's what I'm saying, guys. You got to be careful, guys, coming later and pointing a broad brush coming at children of America, right? The so-called the children of Yasharel who got sent to America because this didn't happen to you in your land, wherever you came from. Something different happened to your ancestors. This is what happened to ours. And a lot of them did. None of them honestly knew what the world they was doing. I'm going to be honest with you. See, I'm an elder, and I know ain't nobody knew what they was doing, even for the elders who, when they did it, they were kids. So now later, the elders realized what it was when they got higher to be able to be the ones that's running this. Now, you could say they did, but the children who was coming up, they didn't know.
Right.
Yadasa didn't know. Like she said if she would have knew what she know now, coming under Mashiach's assembly and having all these things revealed to her, she knew doggone well. She'd have been like, I rebuke all this in the name of Yahshua, and I rebuke all you, and the devil's a lie. If I'm receiving your light, I'm already got the light of the Most High, right? Again, she wouldn't have had nothing to do with it.
Most of them, the majority, did not know. There was it's a secret society. So it's about manipulating and bringing in. And then once they grow up through the steps and the ranks and the stages, then things get revealed. Then they know. And then they do what? Go back, reach others, deceive them, pull them up, and then select. They start to know as they increase. But the reason why it's so secret is because they are not to know until most will reject, because they will see most darkness, so it's about tricking and deceiving. It's Hasatan in the garden. Somebody just wrote that in the ministry. This is Hasatan in the garden. Okay? So it's like this, that's the whole point. That's the whole point. That it's a deceit, trickery, secrecy, concealment. That's the 10%, the Masons. It's all about deceit. Hashatan. This all goes back to the garden. Always. That's where it always goes back to the foundation, the original foundation of sin and transgression. All right? All right. Well, I meant sent to America because there was some sent to America, soulfully seed. Everybody wasn't here. So there's natives that were here. There were people sent from Europe. There were so-called blacks sent from Europe, from the Jacobites in the 1600s, from Oliver Cromwell and them, sent from Europe. There was those sent from the Caribbean. There was those sent from America to the Caribbean. There was those sent from west coast of Africa to America here. So yes, they were those that were sent. There were slave ships. I know a lot of people follow the Dane Calloway Folio stuff. He's like he got an agenda to play. Like, we weren't all natives. We're not all the Northern Kingdom. All right. There's a Northern Kingdom who was originally here. I teach it. I know that. My grandmother was one of them. Right. But there was also those who came from Negro land. That's a place, literally. There's those who came from the Ashanti tribes. Most of them went to the Caribbean and came to America. but there's a transfer. There's back and forth. And there's Mongoloid natives here too. And they couldn't survive. They was getting sent to the Caribbean and stuff. They couldn't survive the slavery. They was sitting down. They was like, we ain't going out in the field. So they stopped with the Mongoloid Native Americans and just stuck with the so-called black Native Americans, as well as Africans, as well as, all right? All right. Well, that came from Africa, because all mankind came from Africa. All right. So I just want to explain that part. Yes, America. There were people who came here. Absolutely. All right. The indigenous brews were sent from the Americas, to and from. All right. So hold on. Let me get this thing off my screen. They put this back to school thing. I don't want no back to school, especially. Maybe open up tabs. All right. Let me explain. All right. So I'm about to stay on topic right now because you came in my chat making a statement. So now this is the topic. Let's not get it twisted. You watch me enough to know how Unc is. I don't play no games. All right. So if you're gonna get offended, then get offended. But be careful. Be very careful. Coming. I don't believe America is older than Africa. So again, you got the right. You got your own channel. You can teach your doctrine there. But you know this house. You've been here long enough. I don't play all that. This ain't Dane Calloway, and this ain't Soulfully Sowing Seeds either. This is the house of Yah. And I don't believe that America, well, a Turtle Island, or I don't believe that this is what they say, Amaruraka, and what's his other name? I don't believe all of that stuff. We got our own teachers here. I believe that the Fertile Crescent of what they call in Africa, the Levant region, is where mankind was created. And I don't believe that mankind was created in this North America, what they call that now. Okay, because none of these had these names back then. Okay, all right, so that's my point. Everybody got different opinions, but so my point is that that's a doctrine that can be taught in the chat, and I'm mindful for that. This ain't, you should know that already. You've been here before. You should know that. I ain't coming to your channel and teach. Like, listen clearly, I won't come on your channel and just start saying, eat anything you want. Don't eat no seeds. You see what I mean? Don't grow seeds. Don't grow your food. Eat processed food, right? You would probably be like, all right, respectfully. You'll be like, respectfully, stay. This is the topic. You're going to get yourself in trouble here. Don't play with me. All right? This is the topic, because I think the topic could be about you right now if I wanted to be. Don't tell me to stay on topic. Who you think you're talking to? You heard? Wrong house. See, that's the problem. We follow the scripture here. All right? So check yourself. Watch who you're speaking to and have respect and take your shoes off in this house. Other than that, be gone. All right? Now. All right. Now, if you don't show respect, then we just get you out of here. It's not about that. All right. Now, and she got one more. If I feel it's another tone of disrespect, just get out of here so I can keep on this teaching. Just is what it is. You know, YouTube is a big space. They got many, many, many channels to watch. All right. But we don't believe in all that Amaruka and we are indigenous to America. I believe we traveled here. That's what I teach. I teach that we come from the Levant region and we traveled all through Australia, through Europe, through, so that I understand if that's your belief, cool. You can teach that. I got no problem with that. But I'm very mindful of what's being taught in this chat. So when I stated the thing about America, those people got sent here, right? And I was talking about the ones who what they're calling foundational Black Americans now, this new term they made up. They have a culture that didn't exist in Africa, didn't exist in the Caribbean, didn't exist in Europe, didn't exist in Australia. They have their own culture. And this college, HBCU, Black Boule, is indigenous to them. That's what I was speaking on. It's indigenous to them. So the moderators, make it happen. Sorry, I don't need it to be like this. I don't do all that. All right, so let me continue. The Boule, the Greek fraternity and sorority is indigenous to the so-called Black, American African or African American or whatever you want to call it, so-called African, so-called Black. There's an indigenous thing that happened to them, right? It's created here. The Black Boule was created here, okay? So that's why this is indigenous here. And then it spreads, this witchcraft that was absorbed by the children of so-called Black America here, then it's spread to the rest of the country from the so-called Blacks here. So that's why we're bringing the root. So I got plenty of teachings and roots, and we going back. I mean, we done went back to the 15, 16, 1300s and all that. So all that. I understand people believe that, you know, we are indigenous here and that everybody can believe whatever they want. It is what it is. But you just can't teach whatever you want in this chat. That's the difference. That's why I said I wouldn't go to her channel and teach it. I would have respect. Now, what she should have did was say, all right, you're right. I receive, right? But she told me some stay on topic and all this old, that's that slick with the mouth, yapping that crap. I don't do that. That's those who I follow. Actually, the scriptures say, shut your mouth. That's what it says. Be slow to speak. You heard? That's what it says. But, you know, people ain't got to, you know, I'm old school. So everybody won't like that, you know. Everybody, you know, but it is what it is. Now, let's get going. Now that's gone. Let's get with the topic. All right. So now, where was it at? I was speaking. Let me put it back a little bit just so I can get back before that.
If I'm receiving your light, I'm already got the light of the Most High, right? Again, she wouldn't have had nothing to do with it, right? So our job is to bring awareness so you can break the covenantal ties, right? We all have to break it. Some of us pledge to gangs. It's the same thing, right? So now,
hold on.
It says
that was a good
they're
word.
not ready to receive the light of the Zeta God, right?
So
it
that
says,
others could break the ties, the covenant that they made. They made a pledge. And I said, some of us, like me, who didn't go to college, we pledged to gangs. Well, I didn't pledge to gangs, but my generation under me, that's when the Bloods and Crips started flooding. They pledged to gangs. I had never joined a gang, but I joined the Nation of Gods and Earths, which is a cultural offshoot of the Nation of Islam, right? But if I would have been younger, I probably would have joined a gang. So those who pledge to join gangs, they need to, they got to denounce that as well. Repent for the oath and the pledge that they made, because you're making a spiritual oath to a higher power, okay, other than yourself. To break it. Some of us pledge to gangs. It's the same thing, right? So now it says, they're ready to receive the light of the Zeta God, right? And it says, each candidate lights her candle from the one on the table. Then the dude running, it says, this candle represents the light of this Zeta God. I ain't going to do whatever, that little demon, right? Devil, which is to ever keep burning within your heart. Woo. I told you the mark of the beast is in your heart. They literally symbolize Eve, the garden. That's why they call. Hold up. They just said that the symbolism of the candle is that this Zeta God light is forever to be burning in your heart. It said forever. So they're making an eternal covenant. That's why this is very important to be done and taught to be denounced. This has to be denounced. And I'm thankful that there's so many sisters. I don't know about the brothers. Yadasa will have to bring that out if some of the fraternity brothers are denouncing it as well. But she said a lot of the sisters, at least the Black ones that she's seen, are denouncing their allegiance and their pledge to this sorority. These are devils and demons that need to be rebuked. It has to be denounced. See, now I feel bad. You know how it is. I'm very transparent. I don't like doing stuff like that, but there's a time and place, everyone, that you have to have. Your doctor say, yes, the men are denouncing as well. That's good. Everyone, y'all listen clear. There's a time and a place that you have to have order, no matter what. And I don't care about subscribers. I don't care about likes. I'm shadow banning. I don't care about none of that. I care about order. The scripture. That's why I follow it. I have to follow the order of the laws of the Most High, and there's a way that we conduct ourselves, and I am a strict adherer to it. And so I give chances, which I did, but, you know, she kept coming back, you know, stay on topic, and, you know, this spirit, I could feel it, you know, and I don't like to, because the word and the word of the Most High is free for all to receive, right? But the world has taught us disrespect and made it normal, but I don't come from that world. I don't come from it. I wasn't doing it in the streets. Listen clearly. I wasn't the type in the world that would allow it. Sorry, not from no woman. Listen, not from no Karen and not from no Keisha. You heard? Not from no Chucky. What's the white dude name? Chad, and not from Kayshawn. I was a man of respect, and I give it the same way that I should receive it. And if you didn't do it, then you get dismissed. You get removed from my presence. That's the way I lived. So and when I came into the word, the scriptures, I'm gonna get back. When I came into the scriptures, when the Most High brought me, I was actually in jail going to prison for 25 years. You understand? When he brought me to it, first of all, he brought me to it, and he didn't remove and make me soft. When he brought me to it, I found out that the scriptures is all about law and order and respect. There's commandments and statutes and laws, how we are to conduct ourselves, how we are to treat one another, how we are in the presence of the Most High. And so the same way that I lived my life when I was in my sin, when I came into my righteousness, I found out those same attributable things that I stood on, the principles that I stood on, still stood. So that's who I am. I'm rooted. And the world has taught that you can be so flagrant and disrespectful, right? And you can just do what you will. You could just, but when you get an old head, I'm an old head, I'm an old soul, you get a throwback, it ain't happening. Okay? Well, thank you guys. Y'all telling me, y'all was reading, so they're saying, okay, it was, but it's what the thing that makes me feel bad is I never want nobody to not be able to receive. You see, that's just in my heart. The Most High placed that in my heart. That's why I teach to exhaustion for nothing. There's no pay. I'm not getting monetary. You understand? Praise y'all for the ministry who donates. But I teach to exhaustion because the word should be for everyone to receive. You see, and we can agree to disagree, but you move on. You know what I mean? But like y'all was saying, it was the tone. I could see it. I could feel it. Some stay on topic and all that. Like, see, stuff like that, I ain't play that in the world, and definitely ain't playing that in the house of Yah. I don't play that. We are lawful, righteous, and obedient, and I treat others as such. All right. Praise Yah. All right. Well, that part. Now, let's go. Let me get back, and I won't break topic no more.
Awareness so you can break the covenantal ties, right? We all have to break it. Some of us pledge to gangs. It's the same thing, right? So now it says they're ready to receive the light of this Zeta God, right? And it says each candidate lights her candle from the one on the table. Then the dude running it says this candle represents the light of this Zeta God. I ain't gonna do whatever, that little demon, right? Devil, which is to ever keep burning within your heart. I told you the mark of the beast is in your heart. They literally symbolize Eve, the garden. That's why they called it the apple and all of it. This light and all of it. Now you're just making another covenant. You already got the first initial heart. Your heart is born in sin and iniquity that you have circled. You already got the mark of the beast, Genesis 3:6 written. Now you just made another covenant. You got two marks. You see? You got to understand.
So,
but it's
remember
all
in the last lesson, they said they made him eat something. They said it symbolized the apple, but they gave him an onion, right? And that you hear all of the covenant, the things that they're making. It's like they're literally replaying Genesis 3:6, the transgression with Eve and the serpent in the garden. They're making a covenant.
As Yadasa pointed out, it all still comes back to one. It's unison. So really, it's the darkness, right? But now you're just in a deeper covenant. Now you're in a more personalized covenant that's going to go forth and do dark work. You see? The one that we were just born with our heart, we had the free will to choose not to do bad in our everyday life. But now you're making a covenant with a dark organization that's going to go forth and do works that look like it's doing good works, but it's really dark works. That's why you talk about the charity and all that other stupid stuff.
Right, because they have to have some way to reel you in. If they were just not saying anything at all and didn't have any cover image to attract you to them, you wouldn't be interested. Everybody has marketing. Macy's, Dillard's, Saks, Fifth Avenue. Everybody has marketing.
Good
Commercials.
word.
That's what they're for.
Marketing. Good word. Now it says each candidate lights the light. They said the Basilius dude says this candle, or sister says this candle represents the light of the Zeta devil, which is to ever keep burning within your heart. Sora first, whatever, will now give you the flower. Ooh, they give you a flower?
Yeah.
Y'all know, see, y'all got to understand the ancient traditions and cultures of Baal and Moloch in order to understand what the flower represents and the rabbit represents and the candles represent, all that type of stuff.
And the cakes and the flowers and the petals, most of y'all know that because that transfers over into New Age and stuff too, guys. Y'all know about the flowers and the petals. It's Ishmaelite, the different. So you see they incorporating a lot of everything. They incorporate all of the dark practices, a lot of the ancient dark practices incorporated into one. All right.
All right. So they give you the flower. Then they say this candle. Oh, that we got that part already. Then it says the white rose. They give you a white rose is the emblem of this Zeta devil. It represents purity and truth, their truth. See, truth don't mean righteous.
Correct.
Truth can be dark or it can be light, but it's still the truth. You understand? Right? So, right? Now it says it represents.
That's a good word. Just most people know that, but for others, always remember truth is not synonymous with good or righteous. A truth, you could kill somebody and be like, that's the truth. See? So you have to always remember the semantics and the rhetorics of the words. All right?
It's purity and truth. It's yours to hold, honor, and love. I charge you to keep this emblem ever before you. Wow. So what do they do with this rose? It's like a pin, or it's a actual rose flower, or it's
yeah, it's a physical rose, and the pin is a physical pin too. You like pin it on your heart,
And
I
so
want to say it's underneath too, like it's on your bra, like it's as close to your heart as possible.
Wow. And so the rose, you probably keep it somewhere at your house or something?
Right. I still had my rose before I threw everything out.
I'm about to say you got to burn that.
No, I didn't throw it out. Remember, I told you, I don't know if you remember this, when I first had told you, because it was a year ago, that I had, they asked me for my stuff back. When I
remember that.
I boxed it. I sent it back.
You sent it back? So you put that rose right, send it back to whence it come?
It was right on the top too.
Send it back to the darkness from where they come, right? Good word. That's what I'm saying. So you see, I always speak that when I speak of prayers of removing spiritual adversaries, send it back to whence you've come. Mm-hmm. Good word, Yadasa.
So she said when she denounced it, they asked for all their stuff back. Shout out to Nappy Image. She said they asked for all their stuff back. She said she put the rolls right on top of all your stuff, and here your rolls right on top. All right. Mayaha said that's why this new woke culture says live your truth, but their truth could be anything. Usually do as you will. That's what that means. That's a good terminology, Mayaha. That new saying of this woke culture of live your truth really means do what you will, because your truth could be anything.
Remember that. I remember you said that. You said they asked. You said, "Oh, they asked for my stuff back."
They asked for my stuff, but they didn't even buy it.
That's what I remember, because you was triggered by that. She said, "What the nerve? They gonna want it back, but I paid for it. It ain't even there."
Hold up, how they gonna ask for it back if you paid for it? That's a whole. But I'm saying you need to give it back to them anyway. But the audacity, right? How you gonna ask for this back when I paid for it?
She was like, "But I'm gonna show enough send it back. I'm gonna get them back." But she's like, "That's hypocritical right there." I remember that. So okay, so now it says they talk about the flower, then they says this dude says Sora or whatever, or membership coordinator will now place the pin. Okay, that's a pin. So they say this Zeta God's pin is to be worn at the apex of the heart. Ooh, they know that I told y'all the mark of the beast is in your heart. It's the heart. That's why you see everything is about the heart. It is returned to the chapter upon receipt of the official sorority pin at the end of your course of study. So
they mail you one after you. That's like your temporary pin that you get. Then there's phase 2, where you get the official one in the mail.
Oh, okay. So it says, do you understand these provisions? I promise to abide by them. Here's your marriage covenant. They said they do. Now you come to the most serious part of this process, taking the oath. Uh-oh. Let's go. We're getting funky now, huh? So it says, you come to the most serious part of the intake process, taking the oath. I admonish you to think of the words you repeat after me. Ooh. They again making you make sure that you are doing this of your own free will.
Exactly.
I admonish you to think of the words you repeat after me. Think of what you are saying and what they mean. For truly this oath must be your constant guide for as long as you live. Once you pledge to this Zeta God, always a Zeta God. Oh, what? The devil's alive, right, Yadasa? That's what y'all thought. Yadasa, like, that's what you think. I renounce a bit of this and send it back to whence it's come.
Wow, they trying to make lifelong covenants, bro. They're like forever. That's why we got to be careful of the things we give our covenant and agreement to. That's some dangerous stuff in the spirit realm, for real.
I did in my era. They said, candidates now, kneel, place your right hand on your heart and your left hand on the Bible and repeat after me. They hereby do pledge themselves to be loyal to every rule and regulation of their sorority. They will conduct themselves at all times such a matter that will not bring reproach unto their sisters. Should they be guilty of wrongdoing, they will willingly accept any corrections given by their sisters. Any correction.
Exactly.
They will strive. I know, right? I read all fine print, stuff like that. I'm like, now, y'all, what do that mean? Y'all have to define that. They will strive at all times to exhibit the highest levels of culture.
I missed that one. Give me a second.
Wow. To put forth zeal. Y'all have to define that.
What was that?
Should they be guilty of wrongdoing, they will willingly accept any corrections given by their sisters. Any correction.
Exactly.
Any correction. Nah. That's when you catch people in words when you make covenants and sign stuff. You make sure you listen to the words. I'm not receiving any correction. Right? Because your correction can mean you want to tie me to a barn and beat me with a paddle for 5 hours. No, I'm not receiving any correction. So again, the wording leaves it open to say, well, you agreed, and all that open wordage, very, very dangerous in contracts. Open verbiage.
They would I know, right? I read all fine print, stuff like that. I'm like, nah, y'all, what do that mean? Y'all have to define that. They would strive at all times to exhibit the highest levels of culture. Wow. To put forth zeal for those things which stand for righteousness and hold with them their heart a love which will unite them as one. Ooh, that oneness. It says they talking to their God. They talking to their Zeta God to grant them that they may have the spirit of democracy for all their fellow men and keep their oath before them daily. And then the dude says, having taken their oath, I now pronounce you a member of this Zeta God, dark God, and present you to the interim membership card to signify your membership. Wow. So then it's almost over. So they charge, and he says, you are charged to remember the oath that you have solemnly taken and to always practice your sisterly love in your relationships with all your sorors, realizing that love can be best understood by what we do, not what we say. As scholars, hold fast and understand that. See, this is the Greek scholarship. That's the scholar of science and scholarship, right? That makes sense that this is Greek. This is what the Greeks teach. As scholars, hold fast and understand that you must continue to learn and explore for new truths that you may live effectively in the future. As leaders, you're charged to serve your fellow human beings in every area, endeavor, contribute to community. Remember that this Zeta God is a community conscious action. Or above all, remember that as members of this, you should always keep that God in your life and exemplify the qualities of finer woman for you all, always. Woo! See, now listen, if you thought I was just saying that God that's talking like this is the most high, that's what it said. You should always keep, I said, that God, Zeta God, in your life and exemplify the qualities of final womanhood, for you are always Zeta's image.
Ooh.
That God. We're called to be in the image of the Father.
Oh my goodness, bro. You are always in the image of this covenant God that you're making. In his image, in his likeness. It said it's in your heart and mind written. It says it's literally taking the manuscript. Just Darling said, that's extreme, I know, right? It's literally taking the manuscript, the Bible, and writing its spiritual likeness and making the covenant, making you make a covenant with it. This sorority, this spirit, this God, and replacing the covenant you're supposed to have with your creator. Unless you think Zeta Phi Zeta created you, right? Unless you think a Greek created you. No disrespect to anybody that's Greek, but that's their culture, right? Unless you think Alpha Phi Alpha and Sigma Delta Beta Boule Bula created you. It's making you denounce. It's making you make a life, and it keeps saying lifelong, for eternity. This thing really needs to be broken and denounced. Now I see why a lot of people that are starting to grow older and see what covenant they made is definitely denouncing it. Shout out to Yadasa for bringing this out and having the courage to denounce and bring this out. Okay, for those in America, for the blacks that are in America, as well as those that are somewhere else, that pledge to some of these Greek organizations. All right, I won't be petty. That was petty. I won't be petty. let me get off the petty train. All right, let's go.
You're making a covenant with this God, this Greek God, Zeta, and you will always be in the image of your father. I know you are of your father, Zeta.
Woo!
So whatever you pledging to, that's...
Or, because Zeta is a female one, you are of your mother, Zeta. All I hear is Eve in this Zeta thing. That's all I hear is Eve and Semiramis, Diana, Dionysus, Ashera, Astarte. That's all I hear. I know that's all Taj here. These Canaanite deities, these Canaanite gods.
Covenant with this God, this Greek God, Zeta, and you are. We're called to be in the image of the Father. That God is talking like this is the most high. That's what it said. You should always keep, I said, that God, Zeta God, in your life and exemplify the qualities of final womanhood, for you are always Zeta's image.
Oof.
That God. We're called to be in the image of the Father. You're making a covenant with this God, this Greek God, Zeta, and you will always be in the image of your father. I know you are of your father, Zeta. So whatever you pledging to, that's what you're in covenant with. It says, I charge you to go forth holding high the light of the Zeta God, that the world might know that you are in the image, you are a Zeta woman, see? With all the principal standards befitting a final woman of service. As new members, your final charge will be to embark upon the educational training process, apply yourself and endeavor to learn more about the history, their history, internal operation structure. This learning process will enable you to become knowledgeable about the Zeta God's missions and communities. Upon completion of your course of study, the official membership documents and information will be presented. And then it says, the Soror thing will give you copies of the song, the national prayer, and your other materials. And it says, all close by singing the last stanza of the sorority song. The remainder of the evening may be spent in any form of entertainment that the chapter has decided upon. Honor. This will be well planned and organized. So what happened with yours?
I think afterwards we might have went out to eat or something. They may have cooked for us or something. Whatever it was, it wasn't what we had been accustomed to over the last 6 to 8 weeks or so. We definitely had real food and was able to, fellowship. And now everybody's giving hugs because now you're official. The chapter is closed on that part. So
you won with them.
Right.
Wow.
I'm wondering if this was the point that we got our names or not. I really can't remember the order. Could have been.
It could have been. And then they say ritual ceremony 2, upon completion of the course of study, the chapter will present these neophytes with the official pin financial membership card. What is that? You get
so it's a card that comes in the mail with your ID number on it. That's why when people are like, I didn't go through anything, no one pledged me, you have a whole identification card. It looks just like a license.
Wow, for real? And
it looks like a credit card with your picture on it, type of thing.
You get a handbook and a constitution and a membership certificate and the sorority secrets. Do they get secrets? They don't really see. They do?
That's probably at the point where it's now time to, actually, I see it. Never mind. It's starting to come at the bottom.
Oh, okay.
Telling you about the handshake and all that.
Oh, okay. It says this ceremony is a closed session, a ceremony, banquet, and some other form of celebration following the ceremony can be open to the public. Order of business follows the same format and preparation required for the ceremony number 1. This meeting is called, this dude says, to order for the purpose of completing the ceremonial requirement for membership into that sorority. National prayer, they all say it in unison. Then the dude says, first, whatever, we'll now remove the Zeta pin and replace it with the official pin. So you get your temporary one removed and they give you an official one.
So, yeah.
Okay, now it says this pin is to be worn at the apex of your heart. It bears the letters Zeta for zeal, Phi for scholarship, Beta for sisterly love, and 3 principles of our sorority. Your pin is property. That's why they wanted that. Your pin is property of their sorority, but is yours to have, cherish, and wear unless for good cause you're expelled from the sorority. You have to give it back. That's why they wanted their stuff back. If you should change chapters, then the guard will be changed. The guard?
I think it's something that's on the pen. I'm not really for sure.
Okay.
But I know sometimes people go to different chapters. Like when I lived in Kentucky, it was 1 chapter. But when I moved out to Virginia, you might join a different chapter, same organization, but different chapter.
Okay. All right. So, and that's where you're now in VA, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The 5 pearls in the center represent the 5 founders of the sorority. The center one or all of the 5 pearls may be replaced by other stones if you so desire. Your pin is not to be worn, sold, or given to anyone else without consent by the national body. In case of death, if it is your wish, the pin may be given to another soror, otherwise it is to be returned. Ooh, they want their stuff back even if you dead. You don't get to keep it. They like, you better give it to another member or give it back.
Hold on. Hold on. They want their stuff back even if you dead? So when you die, you don't keep it. So how's it eternal then? It just, at first they said it was forever, ever, right? Eternal. So you mean tell me I'm making an eternal pledge, but when I die, you gonna come to get my stuff? Shouldn't it be buried with them? These people, they are stingy, right? I'm like, y'all a little bit too stingy for me. First of all, y'all charging like $1,400-$1,200 to get all this stuff, and then you talking about it's still yours after I done bought it, and then you gonna take it back. Yeah, Hakiyama said their eternity is in the flesh. Like y'all said, give Caesar's back what Caesar. They are not playing. They way too stingy for me. That would have been a red flag for me right there. I'm like, y'all too y'all grimy. Cause that stuff is grimy. I don't know what the word they use for grimy nowadays, these youngsters. But Lee Dawson said, LOL clear, we already paid in full, right? I'm like, my goodness, they got all, right? They the boule, they got all the high corporation positions, like Todd said, they in media, they in advertising, they all in, y'all the ones that got the good jobs, y'all the ones that's driving the, and y'all just as Bimmy. Bimmy is kind of grimy, or not grimy really. Bimmy, I explained it before. These are old slang words. I'm an elder, but it means Bimmy today would mean I don't know, kind of grungy. You kind of what mean like those people who are what word? Not stingy, not grungy, petty. A petty, stingy, grimy, like all that. It's just dad, I can't. There's a word I'm looking for that literally describes what Bimmy is. But anyway, that right there, I would have been like, that's my straight red flag. First of all, y'all too stingy. I don't really do stingy. I do frugal, right? I do Ahavaya says stoosh. What is that? That's West African Ahavaya, or is that Canadian? A stoosh. Oh, someone said Scrooge. Scrooge. Bimmy. Kinda. It could kind of be Scrooge a little bit. But yeah, now I'm thinking Bimmy is an amalgamation. She said that's West Indian. Stoosh. Stoosh. Yeah. So yeah, Bimmy people, man. Yeah, Bimmy, man. I'm just saying. She said West Indian, and I just did my fake patois accent. But yeah, she said I'm probably not spelling it right. Stouch. Grubby. Yeah, grubby is a good. That's a word. So it's all that mixed together, right? So anyway, that's what they got a lot of money. So I'm like, bro, I don't like that, because I believe in the more I got, the less tight I am. What I mean by that is when you don't have much, then you have to be much more tight on budgeting, and I can't give a lot, or I can't do the things that I can do if my finances are more secure. But when my finances are really secure, I ain't all frugal and tight like that. Now I'm still conscious of my spending, but I'm just not tight. Like I share, I give, I give. It's just, yeah, I use the thing to help others. It's just how it is. But when it gets real tight, now I clamp down because the rent might be, you ain't trying to be homeless and out on the street, right? So that's just what's the name? That's just financially astute, right? So for these people to have all this money, and it's funny because Lavaya said the rich doesn't spend their money. And guess what's funny about that? And I just did a clip. I'm a put a video or something out about it. The wealthy, the really rich, these serpent rich, they spend their money on one another. So what I mean by that is a rich aristocrat or somebody will have a wedding, and the rich wealthy will come and they'll buy them gifts worth $1.2 million and buy them airplanes and buy them, but they won't give nothing to the poor. You see what I mean? They spend on each other. It's a transfer of serpent seed wealth, and they don't need it, right? So they'll come and give them a $2.5 million watch for the present and this and that, and they don't even have to open it because they billionaire. They don't even, it's disgusting. That's why I said I just got a clip with that, and I'm gonna bring some out because it's the most disgusting thing in this world, while regular people are hungry and starving and everything, and they just waste. It's just a waste. They don't care. But that's a good word. Yeah, they don't spend money, but on themselves, on one another. They give it to each other and keep it from the masses. They hoard to keep poverty and darkness, because where there's poverty, there's darkness. We're not called to be in a poverty state. We're called to be in abundance, mentally, physically, and spiritually. The light. That's curses when you lack abundance. And so they cursing us. That's why in poor areas there's a lot of crime and darkness and broken families and homes and marriages. You see all that darkness. My mom says money makes money. Yeah, it does. It's supposed to. You're supposed to use your money to make money. You're supposed to grow your money with money. I agree with that statement. You use it to grow money. You're supposed to make the money make itself, replicate itself. That's how money is a tool. You're supposed to use it that way. But it's hard when you can't even get your hands on the foundation of it to use to grow. That's why they keep us poor. So that if you can't get the little seed that's going to make it to grow, because like, you know how you plant a seed into the ground and it grows more plants and then they got more seeds. So they make it where you can't, where if you take the seed and put it in the ground, you eat that plant that come up, and now you got no, you just destroy, you got no more seeds after you finish. It's and they do it, it's intentional, it's dark stuff. All right, let me let's get back. All right.
The 5 pearls in the center represent the 5 founders.
But when I move out to Virginia, you might join a different chapter, same organization, but different chapter.
Okay. All right. So, and that's where you're now in VA, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The 5 pearls in the center represent the 5 founders of the sorority. The center one or all of the 5 pearls may be replaced by other stones if you so desire. Your pin is not to be worn, sold, or given to anyone else without consent by the national body. In case of death, if it is your wish, the pin may be given to another soror, otherwise it is to be returned. Ooh, they want their stuff back even if you dead. You don't get to keep it. They like, you better give it to another member or give it back. The first dude will be given, this is to the sis dude. So first, whatever will give you the sign of recognition, the motto, the password, the grip, and the colors. What is that?
That's the handshake I was telling you about. And
that's the
you
grip.
also kind of whisper something at the same time.
Wow.
We
So password, secret words.
Yeah, so that's how a person wouldn't be able to go on Amazon and pretend to be a part of the organization because they would have gotten this part within their ritual ceremony.
Right. So they wouldn't know this. Right.
Right.
And the colors, what do they mean by that?
I don't know, as we would have already had the colors. So I'm not really sure what that part was talking about.
All right. And then it says, the first dude says, the sign of recognition is you place your right hand over your heart and withdraw it quickly. The mono, I ain't about to speak that, because that's probably some demonic Greek something. Yeah, or Latin something. Looks Latin. And it says, all is conquered by labor. The password, open sesame.
I don't remember that, but I guess it is.
That's hilarious. The grip of the, and you know that probably changes with different each chapter. Yeah, this is just probably the general one. The grip of the sorority and fraternity, clasp soror right hand with the little finger between the little finger and the third finger and the thumb between the thumb and the first finger. The press twice. The answer, one press, all done with the left hand covering the action. Colors are royal blue and white. Was that Zeta colors? Royal blue and white? Okay. Wow. So they say the hand. So that's what I'm saying with all the, see, Mason stuff got hand signs and
it's secret too. There's the public ones that you would see thrown up when you're strolling to let everybody know who you are, just in case you're not wearing royal blue and white. But typically at a party, you would be dressed in your colors the same way you saw the Omegas dressed in purple and gold. But as you get a little older, you taper it. You might just throw a pin on, so you don't have to be in it. But yeah.
This reminds me a lot of gang stuff, right? With the signs. So she said, if you're not wearing the colors, you'll do the hand sign and they'll know what sorority you belong to. It's like if you ain't wearing the gang colors and you throw the sign, like, that's all I keep hearing. It's like the same thing.
That's kind of what that looks like.
So someone said last time on this that they got the collegiate, the ones, how can I say, the ones that didn't have to be in the streets and the slums, they got them with the sororities. And the ones that left behind in the ghettos and the streets and the slums, they got us with the gangs. Someone said that last week. Yadasa said, yeah, it's like an intellectual gang, a college edition. Exactly. And that's how they act too. Like that time when those Omegas was fighting, those dudes, that was a gang. I mean, they came out of woodworks too. It was a straight gang.
So it's calling out the different hand signs and positions people were putting their hands in. He was trying to sound the alarm for people that do this behind the scenes, but the blind eye wouldn't know.
Right, which meant now that makes sense, right? So, but again, you got to be careful with a broad stroke. Because if I'm just talking, I don't know that this with the thumb finger. See, I never knew none of this that I do. Let's say I'm talking and I go like this, and they're like, look, his thumb is between his pinky and he's holding his hand. That's a Zeta. You get it? That's an Omega Phi thing that's coming. And I'm just going like this because I'm just resting my hands, right?
And I
So
feel like it's
again,
honestly I feel like it's the Masons and the Freemasonry areas that really rest in the Eastern Stars and stuff like that. They might rest in more of their positions, but in the D9 organizations, when a sign is thrown up, it's usually because you're strolling or you're taking a picture. It's frozen in time and it's something to be proud about. So you would not keep that a secret. I think more of the Masons on the larger scheme, the 33s and such, I think they really focus on maybe more of the secret component. But I mean, when Kamala Harris was voted into the office, she was pink and greened out, pinky in the air, Ivy. You know, like people don't hide that part because D9 is low level.
Yeah, they want it shown. And it's like the people that take the pictures and they put their hand over their eye and stick the tongue out and they're doing it to show. But someone teaching that's talking,
right? It's definitely different.
That's not.
To be honest, if you were a man of a fraternity and I was in a sorority, I wouldn't see anything wrong with it because most people don't. So just like Kamala wouldn't say, oh, I'm not going to put this up when I get up there and walk across the podium. Of course not, because it's marketing. You absolutely need to. But Freemasonry, when you're talking about that, and that organization is some of that, it's a little bit of a different ballpark. And the hope is that when you start here, you'll be ready, groomed, and accustomed so that you can go into
to that. Right. This is like this is initiation.
Our more of what's going on within the back end, but the signs and who we are and representing it in Greek letters, that's definitely public. People that really are rocking with this and they think this is great, they would have been said, yeah. It probably would have been attached to their YouTube name, everything, because they're proud of it. This is all about pride.
Like that dude, the comedian dude with the glasses.
Ricky Smiley.
Ricky Smiley, yeah. He's so proud of it.
Him, Steve Harvey, every chance they get,
every chance they get.
Right, because they're marketing that. But if they are behind the scenes, if either of them are part of Freemasonry, which is probably likely, as you will see, those are the ones that is a little bit more closed off because it's a little bit of a deeper level. So this is the priming, this is the getting you accustomed to rituals, hazing processes, and things like that. So when you're ready to take the big leap, if you are invited to do so, when you're ready to move forward into a different realm, you'll already be prepared to do that.
Wow. So then the last part says that there's new initiates will pass around and give each new soror the grip and close by singing the first and last stanza of their song. And this was, she said, you could just find it online. This is that Greek god of that chapter, initiation ritual.
Yeah. And
hold on, come back. So that's where I left off over here. Where is it? This one? Yes, this one. Here. Oh no, that's here. There we go. Yeah. Hold on. Hold on, now I'm lost. Because I was at, I think I'm at, where was I at? Oh, yeah. I was at the right space. Yeah, okay, I was at the right space. So I had to switch because I had to do a lot of, so she closes out right here. And she closes out right here. All right. And then I got something else coming. Something very, y'all know I got something a little shocking. Not shocking. Y'all already know I come to bring y'all something, a wow factor. I got a wow factor coming at the end of this. All right. Let me get to the right space. I wanna point out something. Because fugazi means fake, wayat. That's another word we used to say, another slang word. You fugazi, that means you fake, you phony, inauthentic. That's what fugazi means. All right. I want to bring out something. Changing topic. I guess, remember, everything is created. The Most High creates all things and all things have a purpose and a place. So even things that change your trajectory, I look at all things as what is meant to come from this. I apologize again to y'all, to anyone who the little confrontation, the little disagreement that happened. I'm saying it again because I'm sensitive, because I'm not sensitive to a lot, but I am sensitive when it comes to teaching and having to block someone or something like that, especially a sister. Because the Most High in men, he created a thing where we are to protect and nurture, we are to protect and provide and guide and lead the sisters, the women. So when there is a disturbance and confrontation like that, it disturbs my wrath. So I'm still off kilter a little bit, just so y'all know. Y'all know I'm transparent. But as I see, let me explain. I want to explain why I couldn't let what she was writing just ride in the comment for someone to receive. Reason why I brought up Dane Calloway's name is because way before she and a lot of y'all so-called awakened, Elder Taj, he went to pray. That's why he ain't on the screen right now. Some of us been in this for a very long time before the masses awake. There was a time when we were in this awakening and there was nobody teaching that America and the Grand Canyon and Mississippi is really the Nile River and the Grand Canyon is really, like, they're teaching, right? That's a doctrine. I seen this manifest. I seen Dane Calloway come in, start his YouTube channel, and now teaching this doctrine. Listen clearly, guys. That's replacing us out of the scripture. This is why I won't allow this to sit. Y'all listen, let me walk this down. Understand, this is dangerous stuff. That's why I don't allow it to ride, right? He's saying that there was never a slave ship ever. There was no transatlantic slave trade, no slavery. Nobody, no blacks came to America by slave ships. None. What people don't realize is, if you allow this Fugazi, there you go, Taj, Fugazi doctrine to exist, it's more replacement theology. What happens is then we don't become the people of the book, because there's a prophecy that they will be sent by slave ships, by ships into bondage again. You understand? If you replace this and you take that from it, you see, that's why the scripture says they will be scattered to the four corners of the planet Earth. But she said we were already here. There was no scattering to us here. Maybe you weren't scattered here, but I'm from the tribe of Yaada. I was scattered here. One of my grandmothers was already here, but I think that she came across from as we migrated from the Levant region. They want to make this the Levant region, this desolate wilderness. Now it had growth, but a lot of the earth was uninhabited. So I get, yeah, that's what they're saying too. Noah's Ark was here, and the Garden of Eden was where? In Atlanta? Right? No disrespect. It just is what it is. But I watched, and I know Taj did too, I watched this doctrine get manifest. And I watched Dan Calloway's channel grow, and now he's teaching. I watched him replace no slave ships, no Harriet Tubman, no Underground Railroad. No, they just, if you let him, he's just going to replace your whole entire history and talk about you just native. Now, we do know that there's native tribes that was here. But I'm not indigenous. It's my country now because my grandmother was here and we came over and we built it. But I'm not indigenous to this land. And if you think you want to be that, cool. But I can't allow that doctrine to be taught that no one came here, no black, because that's replacing the tribe of Judah. You see? That's taking literally Deuteronomy. That's what the wish people is doing. This is replacement theology. That's what they're doing. So now you get people like Thoughts Camera Action that's saying, we ain't the people of the book. And nobody was black. And the book, see? I'm not like that. I'm not go along, get along. I'm not wishy-washy. I'm not like you got journeyman. You got people who are awake and saying, we are the people of the book and teaching this. And now, fast forward 3 years later, they teaching some African spirituality. They teaching the Bible ain't even, they teaching, you see? Yah is this. They were saying Yah for 3 years when the awakening was popular to grow their channels. So I'm cut from a different cloth in this awakening. I was here, we've been here. I've seen this all happen. I've seen everybody flood. I remember when it wasn't even a thing. Now it's, so I won't allow, because I know what comes behind that type of doctrinal teaching. They'll replace it. Right now, they're doing it in the education system. They're saying, they're replacing us in the education system, saying that there was no slaves. They were indentured servants and they came over here willfully. See, they're writing it out of history as we speak. This is how, and then they get our own people to eat this doctrine, and they hide in the ancient paths, and they come spew it, and they think it's like, and that's why I said you got a right to believe that, but you don't have a right to come in this chat and teach it. I don't allow that here. This house is lawful. I don't do that. That's why I said to her, I won't come on your channel, because, you know, she said her thing was soulfully seed. So I won't come on your channel saying, eat processed food, don't eat seed. You get it? And if I did, and you said, listen, we don't teach that here. This is, you know, we have, and I have to respect that, right? I won't be talking about stay on topic, like, whoa, watch your mouth. Watch your mouth. I don't come from that. Wrong. And that's why I'm apologizing, because what y'all don't understand is that lips start jumping. And in a way, listen clearly, in a way, I'm kind of ashamed. I'm ashamed. I wish I could master where nothing anyone ever do or say can ever get me, but I can't. That's impossible for me to do. So what y'all don't know, that lips start jumping. And what that means is, that's when my spirit knows someone's an adversary, meaning disrespectful. And when I used to be in the world, that's when I would smack the taste out your mouth. See, that's what I'm ashamed of. I'm ashamed because I know that in the world, and now I'm in my anointed self, and yes, but I am not Mashiach. I am a man that dies to the flesh daily, so I have to die to that. So I'm ashamed that anyone can ever, but when someone is, I know when it's an adverse spirit and it's being disrespectful and it's being overtly, and you know, it just kept, that's where I have to, that's why I said, just if give her another chance, she got to be gone. Because I can't have, you have to distance yourself from people that trigger you for your lower self to rise. So once I felt that lip jumping, that's why I said, all right, that's it. You got to go, because I know what you're doing. And then it triggers the old me 'Cause it's so funny because I literally go back to the streets. Y'all understand? Now, I'm not proud of it. This is the thing that we die. This is what we do, guys. We have to fight the flesh daily. We have to fight our old self. I'm from the ghetto, the slums, the restaurant. I don't play that. I will break your whole face off. I didn't care who it was. You will show respect or you'll get out of my face. That's how I live. Now I don't live it like that no more. So that's the tug of war. That's the eternal war. All of us have eternal wars that we have to fight. Now, y'all might not have the thing I have. I know Taj got it because he come from where I come from. But his is Oakland, California. Mine's is New York, right? Some of y'all don't come from that, but y'all might have those fights in a different area where I might not have it there. But I'm just being transparent. And I'm letting you know I'm still upset. Y'all know I'm transparent because in the transparency, you teach. I teach through my real life examples. Testimony. My life is a testimony. Okay? So, I wish I could master it. I do got it and control where I won't, but I wish I didn't have it at all. But I know why it was needed. The Most High gave me that to survive the hell that I was raised in with lions, tigers, bears, and killers. And so I don't tolerate disrespect, and that's why I don't disrespect people. I will never disrespect any of you. If I ever joked and laughed and made something, then I'll apologize, right? I'm a very, very, always was in the world. Very, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. Yeah. Yeah, even in my thugging street life. Yes, sir, no, sir. Yes, ma'am. Very, very respectful. And all my darkness and sin, it's the light inside of an enveloped person in darkness. But there's a lion in there. And when someone pokes him, it's my job to keep him in the cage. And that's why he was trying to come out. That's when that lip started jumping. And that I could feel my temperature rise. And I'm like, back in the cage, lion. He's to protect. He'll come out when the day of Yah comes and we got the war. But anyway, the reason why I couldn't let it ride is because that doctrine is dangerous. What Dane Calloway and these others are doing, that's replacing, saying slavery didn't exist, that none of that existed, that's an agenda from the serpent seed that wants to, the serpent seed been trying a way to wipe ourselves, that you literally just wiped yourself right back out the history book again. But I won't allow it to be taught here. All right? All right. All right. Sorry, guys, I didn't read a lot of what y'all said. I just wanted y'all to understand that. Because I believe in teaching transparency and teaching real life things and examples. All right. All right. Now let's close out. Let's let Leadasa close out her testimony of these serpents, this sorority, Greek fraternity, serpent things that they had us make covenants to. Americans, children of America, or Muraka, or whatever you want to call it. Right? Daddy call him Clay, I'm going to call him Clay. All right, here we go.
It's not playing.
Oh, Thank you. All right, shed this tab instead. Thank you, Hagya. I was hold on, let me make sure this is, no. What did I do? Oh, so go, I'm lost now.
Yeah. And I actually Google.
Did you hear that? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
All right, here we go.
All of them, because I wanted to make sure I was diligent, that you can access, pretty much all of them. I don't think I got really to the guys, but I'm sure if it's accessible for the women, the guys are not far from it.
Right.
But again, it's public knowledge. I know how they feel about secrecy and how upset people would be that all this was revealed, but it's really in the name of those who have ears to hear. Just like, we have those moments in time where we're like, oh, I remember hearing about that. Somebody else planted a seed. By the time you may denounce your letters 2-3 years from now, 10 years from now, if it happens, you'll be able to reflect back on this moment and know that the Most High was calling you then. If you even have a moment in time, I guess I'll ask this question. If the Most High said right now, I want you to leave your organization, what immediate feeling do you have? Because when that question came to me, I immediately tried to negotiate. I was like, well, what if I just don't pay my dues? I know that means you're not financial, so you really don't go to the boule. Forget that. You really don't go to the boule where you can go and meet up with all the other sorors. It's some of your restrictions. You have restrictions because you're not financial. I'm like, that's what I'll do. I'll just not be a part of it. That way I don't have to make a big deal and make this big PSA. I'll just, not be engaged. Absolutely not. Doesn't work like that. But what they showed me was that this was an idol, because my immediate response to the Most High saying, you need to let this go, I tried to negotiate. Why? I can have both. So if you was like me and I asked you that question and you was like, hypothetically, if you even had to about it and it wasn't immediate that you would choose your father, this is why we are not to have idols.
Great word. And we're doing it to give people the education, the strength, the knowledge, the wisdom to be able to see, even in yourself, how your first initial reaction should be to give it all back. But our first initial reaction is to try to compromise, right? That's what it is, right? Okay, well, I just won't do this and I just won't do that. And it's like, no, because what she's explaining is you have to break every tie with it. You have to break the spiritual tie with it, because that's the covenant you made in the spirit. When you made that initiation ritual, you made a covenant of your own free will and volition. You heard? That part. And if you don't break it, you're still in covenant with that God. And you'll go to the judgment with that covenant against you. Fact. You'll be.
That's a good word. And she said when she was ready, it's like she wanted the easy road. It'll have you try to compromise. She's like, yeah, I just won't pay the finances and that'll make it go away, because they all about that bag, right? She's like, can't be part of the boule, right? But no, when it's time to denounce, you need to denounce it spiritually. Unbaptize yourself, uncircumcise yourself. Remove the dirty clothes of that spirit that you made a covenant with. And it has to be in totality. No compromises at all. You have to come out of her fully.
Sealed. You seal in your salvation until you break it.
Yeah.
That's why we are doing this, and we took this time. Okay?
And another thing too, Unc, whenever I said that I had to mail
Shalom, Yasha, and Ahavaya.
my things back, it was when I finally went through, hold on. We got to run it back a little bit.
Oh, go ahead. I'm about to ask you some of these. I'm about to ask you the things.
I won't go to the denouncing, because that's going to be the wrap up. But we definitely got to talk about the name, the probate.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. So after that all happened, so Unc done read everything we done went through. We done went there, nice to us now again.
Oh, that's what I was getting to. Hold on. Because I'm looking at your thing. So right here, you got some of the things I remember after Miss Precious. Then you said how your life changed afterwards.
Correct.
And then you said, then we assigned a name and a number after we crossed the burning sands.
Cool. Okay.
So how, first, let's do that. How did your life change after the initiation process?
Okay, so afterwards, it's going to lead right into it. I can answer all those at once.
There we go.
Okay, so afterwards, we feeling good about it. We finally are official now. They've given us a couple of gifts at this point. So you might have gotten a T-shirt or something that had the letters on it because now you've made it through the process.
Good.
So the whole time we was online underground, we was practicing and perfecting our craft so we could present ourselves to the world with our new identity. Now I become Ultimatum, and I get the line number 2. So Ultimatum is spelled.
There you go. You said now I become Ultimatum. What's that?
Right. So you get a name. So there's a name attached to your process. You're definitely not going to leave as the same you. You don't get the same name. Just like when I became a part of this ministry, I didn't keep the same name.
Facts. Now you come in the name of Yah.
Absolutely.
Right?
I come in the name of Yah. Same thing. The enemy can't create anything new. It has to be a duplicate, right?
Facts.
So you get a new name because I'm reborn now, but I'm reborn into Zeta.
Right.
So they give us a name. I don't know how the dean went about it. We called her our Zeta mom. I don't know how she went about selecting the names for myself and my line sister, but my name was Ultimatum and my number was 2. So on the back of my line jacket, because you'll get a jacket and it has all your information and your chapter on it and your line name.
You mean a coat? Jacket?
A jacket. Yep.
Exactly.
Whatever. You can put your name on whatever.
And I know you're proud to get the jacket, right?
That jacket was expensive and it was just your own unique name. Everybody knew what was up. It was just an official thing. Everybody's looking forward to a crossing jacket. That's what it is.
Crossing jacket.
Yes.
Okay.
You looking forward
Crossroads. Cross. That cross. That X marks the spot.
Fact.
The X. The cross.
So my name was Ultimatum. It was spelled UL with the number 2. Remember, my number was 2. And then MATUM. So that was on the.
Your name was Ultimatum? Shout out to your Dasa. Formerly Ultimatum. we give them back their ultimatum, right? We give them an ultimatum to take it back as fast as possible or die in the spirit realm or die in the likeness of Yah. We give you an ultimatum to be gone. Shout out to Yadasa. We rebuke that in the name of the Most High. Oh man, her name was Ultimatum.
Back of my jacket, and you had your number on there, all that stuff. And so you don't get to wear any of it until you probate. The probate is Yadasa, don't get it twisted. That name is popping. That's definitely a popping name. That's definitely a popping name. She don't know that name definitely fit that back then. You was giving ultimatums back then. You was taking numbers and that's hilarious. Let me go back a little bit because I was acting Fulio. Let me go back a little bit. It's the official show where all my line sister, but my name was Ultimatum and my number was 2. So on the back of my line jacket, because you'll get a jacket and it has all your information and your chapter on it and your line name.
You mean a coat? Jacket?
A jacket. Yep.
Whatever.
You can put your name on whatever.
And I know you're proud to get the jacket, right?
That jacket was expensive and
Yasha said, ultimatum in the building. Are you there? Ultimatum, are you there? She like, no, I'm not there. Yadasa is her. Yadasa is her. Ultimatum is there. Ultimatum is back in that college somewhere over there in Knoxville, Louisville, Kentucky. Oh, that's hilarious. Yadasa, are you there? She like, Yadasa is her.
It was just your own unique name. Everybody knew what was up. It was just an official thing. Everybody's looking forward to a crossing jacket. That's what it is.
Crossing jacket.
Yes, you looking forward
Crossroads. Cross. That cross. That X marks the spot.
Fact.
The X. The cross.
So my name was Ultimatum. It was spelled UL with the number 2. Remember, my number was 2. And then MATUM. So that was on the back of my jacket. And you had your number on there, all that stuff. And so you don't get to wear any of it until you probate. The probate is the official show where all the campus comes out. They tell everybody secretly in Facebook or some way, they put it out there. It's going to be a probate tonight. All the so-called blacks, everybody comes out to see who's coming out because people know what a probate is. They just don't know who was online because it was a secret. Even my mom and my dad, none of my family knew. because you couldn't let them know until you had crossed. So I wanted to call that out because there are people, I know people are like, dude, why didn't you just tell somebody? Because they could have probably opened your eyes and showed you how demonic this was. We couldn't. It was a secret. So it was no one to call. There was no one to level set with that would have been able to say, Mika, are you crazy? Yadasa, are you tripping? No one could have said that because we couldn't say anything, not even to our parents. So the day before my probate, I called my mom and told her, Mom, I decided I was going to cross Zeta. She was like, okay, wow, congratulations. She doesn't know any differently.
Right.
So she's like, congratulations. But I didn't want her to come to the show because it was vulgar, the language. This is.
Wow, that's a lot. She just said a lot. She said no one can know. It's a secret. Your parents are nobody. And so when she told her mom really don't know what's going on, right? So her mom is like, oh, well, congratulations. She don't know. But she said she didn't want them to come because the language is vulgar. Wow.
How my life changed.
What do you mean it was vulgar, the language?
It was vulgar. Like, it was just a lot of curse words in there because.
What do you mean? What?
When you're presenting yourself, you are actually saying, I'm the greatest, we have the best sorority. And so now you have to antagonize the other organizations to let people know the Zetas is on the yard now. Before this, we may not have had a line to cross and we might have been low in numbers, but now we done upped it. We're here. Ain't no deltas, ain't no AKAs. This is when we switch it up and suddenly we're not sisters anymore.
That's why I'm like, what in the world?
Suddenly, you know, that we got this whole sense of pride and it's different. So I didn't want my mom to come for one because.
Hold on. And they say cuss words?
Yeah, because I'll send you a probate example.
So they okay, good. And we'll put it in the clip. All right, good. And they say like, we in the mother up and data and I'm the.
Correct. It could be anything, something like that, or just like words that maybe just I wasn't comfortable with my mom hearing, like something lustful.
Ooh.
Your man wants me. Type of, you know what I mean? Like those type of stuff. And I just really wasn't. I have respect for my mother.
Yeah, you don't want to see that, and you're trying to.
Don't want to see me.
She's gonna be like, "What is you doing? What is this?"
And my mom is with it. She probably would have been like, "Excuse me." Stop the show.
You probably get that from her because I can tell you got that in you.
Exactly.
So she probably like, listen, what is going on here?
Her mom like, stop the line, stop everything. What are you doing, little girl? What? This look like whole stuff. This look, it's a no Diddy stuff going on over here. What's going on? Wow.
Yeah, exactly. So I didn't want her to come to the show, but I told her, I was going to probate and that I had decided I was going to pledge.
Your doctor said, LOL, I feel like I got put in time. What you mean it was cussing? That's how I felt when you said it. I'm like, cussing? What you mean cussing? Get some soap. We got some washing out of the mouth to do. I don't know what. I'm old school. What y'all doing? I made everybody stop. What are y'all doing? Y'all go sit y'all little fast tail selves down. Little pissy tails. Go sit down somewhere. What y'all doing? Oh, this darkness.
Into her understanding, like most people, because their families are first generation college students and they just don't know about the darkness. She had no reason to look into it. She didn't cross and pledge. So she was congratulatory about me going into it. So the next day they
say like, we in the mother up and data and I'm the.
Correct. It could be anything, something like that, or just like words that maybe just I wasn't comfortable with my mom hearing, like something lustful.
Ooh.
Your man wants me. Type of, you know what I mean? Like those type of stuff. But I just really wasn't. I have respect for my mother.
Yeah, you don't want to see that, and you're trying to.
Don't want to see me.
She's gonna be like, "What is you doing? What is this?"
And my mom is with it. She probably would have been like, "Excuse me." Stop the show.
You probably get that from her because I can tell you got that in you.
Exactly.
So she probably like, listen, what is going on here?
Yeah, exactly. So I didn't want her to come to the show, but I told her, I was going to probate and that I had decided I was going to pledge. Into her understanding, like most people, because their families are first generation college students and they just don't know about the darkness. She had no reason to look into it. She didn't cross and pledge. So she was congratulatory about me going into it. So the next day we are coming out marching, blindfolded, but we can see, but we have a mask on. And when you get out, you start locking up, get back in your lock. And from there, you start repeating everything you learned within your initiation. Now, everybody doesn't understand what you're saying. The only people that understand are the other Zetas. Everybody else is on the outside. So even if I was like, I'm a demon, saying something like that, it would be encoded language that no one else would understand. That's not something that was said, but even if I said it.
And that's the stuff y'all had to learn, right? So y'all got a coded language.
Correct. The whole behind the scenes, we were becoming Greeks. The language was in code, right? So we're doing all this stuff. And so at this point, not only do they invite the whole entire campus, but it's multiple people will travel from all over the world to come and see you. So it's a huge event for your feeling. Like it's not oh yeah, there's Zetas now. It's nothing like that.
And what do they call it? The revealing?
It's a probate.
A probate.
Yeah, it's a probate. So then it's at a point in the probate, after you're done saying your stuff, spitting your knowledge, dropping down to your knees. I'm lucky to even have kneecaps the way we kept kneeling.
You kneel?
Yes.
Because you're like dropping down?
We were like, we were stating something like, how may I serve you today? And we were doing like a drop. It's hard to explain because it's a show. It's a show.
So you're going to send a clip so we'll be able to see a little bit?
It may not be mine. It won't be mine, but I can send an example so we can tie it together.
Right.
But yeah, so it was a whole lot of dropping and kneeling, all the stuff we definitely should not be doing if it's not unto the Most High. But at a point you get up and they walking around, they yelling at you. It feels like you got back online in that moment because they're asking you to hold it. The same way I just recently saw a clip of Beyonce's concert and she made the crowd hold it. They all got silent and she put her hands on her mouth like, shh, be quiet. That's exactly what we did. And it just clicked to me in this moment talking to you. That's exactly what we did. And we kneeled just like her.
Control.
Yeah. Wow. So we did that. And they was like, hold it. And you could not fall because that, of course, was like an embarrassment. The whole time you're practicing online, you're practicing that hold to make sure you don't fall in front of everybody during your show. So we hold it for a minute. Time goes on. They still yelling and saying their stuff, cussing like, y'all better effing get it. You know, people just talking their talk. And so then they finally reveal the mask, take the mask off of us, and people go crazy because they finally get to see who was online. It's a big mystery leading up to today. Everybody's like, man, I did not know, you was online, da 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 da. And
hold on. So as you on the college campuses going around, nobody knows that you've been doing this secretly on the line until that reveal. So when the reveal come and she take off the mask, then they looking like, well, I'm gonna say her name now, like, that's your Dasa. You on the line, you pledge. Oh, so it's a reveal. This is crazy. This is some straight, this that Masonic Canaanite stuff. Well,
it's a huge party thrown for you. And then when you go into like a private room, they have all these gifts for you. This is the stuff I had to mail back.
Oh.
They have all this stuff.
They want their stuff back.
And then some of the sorority sisters that knew your name because your dean, your Zeta mom would have probably been talking to other people about you coming out, had already told them your name so they could gift you with personalized gifts that have your exact name on it. I had so much stuff. Like they just went bananas. Like it was so much stuff. All of that was the big reveal. So fast forward, it was interesting because at the time, my ex and I, we had broken up. And so I told you, was an Omega. So he had already crossed. I think he may have known I was online, but I don't know really. I think we just had separated at the time. So he may not have known what it was. So immediately, as soon as I'm done and I hop down off the stage and everybody's walking up and giving hugs and everything, he just picks me up and embraces me. And that reinitiates something that was broken off that should have never started back up. I'm like, oh, man, because the emotions are there. Somebody took a picture of it too, and it was everywhere. But we was like hugging and all of this stuff. It just rekindled things, and it was just the whole thing. And so then we started to move forward after the parties is over and everybody's done for the night, and we finally got the stroll. We got to put everything into motion. More as we learned the strolls, looking back at it, I realized exactly how lustful they were. Everything is seduction. Everything is slow winding moves, and it's alluring.
Yeah, alluring.
And you remember, everybody must pave the way when you come through. So if everybody is literally, you can touch them as you stroll. Imagine how close they are, and you are dancing and grinding and moving like this.
Wow.
So that's what I mean by my life was starting to change. I was more open to that, and I didn't see anything wrong with it. Then we would have set out parties, which meant that you can go to a different party for fraternity or sorority. Now everybody's welcome to these parties, but each organization has their own special drink. I think ours was called like Kitty Milk or Zeta Lightning or something. The Qs have what is it called? Oil, purple oil. Everybody has their own name for their liquor. But the thing is, prior to college, I was not pressed, to drink any liquor. I was really cool on it. But now that we're brewing up our own drinks, drinking all the time. And with that comes other behaviors where you are now even more lustful. And now that our brother organization is coming to these parties with us, it's nothing but drunk women and drunk men. Now, thankfully, I never had anything to be ashamed of in that arena. Whereas I witnessed things that I'm just like, I cannot even believe.
I can imagine.
Yeah, like, and the perversion. This is where you're starting to remember we talked about on the study last night, all the being so close, naturally, yoking up and always being up under. Keep in mind, we was locked up the entire time. So remember that position the girl had in the video, all
she had her arm around
that's
her.
the natural state. We wouldn't have known anything different.
Wow.
We are
and the trauma bond.
The trauma bond, that's why.
Of the,
correct, right. So certain things, my life started to change in that capacity, and I thought about it. And when we think about the works versus the fruits, if somebody just literally played it out and we had to watch me with no sound, would my behaviors exemplify that of someone that's trying to strive to walk in righteousness? So when people say, when they defend the organization, you know them by their fruits. So what that I woke up drunk the next morning and fed the homeless? That's great. But you know me by my fruits. What did you really see? What did I really give off? From the lustful strolls, would I have done that? If if the Most High was saying, hey, come up here and talk to me, would I dip down low, wind it back up? No, you wouldn't do those things. So
you know what a great analogy you pointed out is when you said, if you turn off the sound and look, what would you see? Ooh, that would be everything. The fruit, the action. You'll see the lustful stroll. And if you play the whole thing, you'll see the drinking. You'll see them acting out with the other male fraternities, whatever is happening. You'll see the woman too close. Way too close. You will see that. You will see that there's a policy of what happens here stays here in these parties. That Vegas, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Absolutely, except Vegas is right in your pocket, right at home. So that's the notion, and this can happen all over the world. Once you have those letters, there's been times where I went and flew to Texas and hung out with my sorors out there, and so we ended up linking up with Kappas, and because we had Greek letters, they were like, y'all can come and stay here for free. Don't get an Airbnb. We could stay wherever we wanted for free, fly. So many people are connected in the Greek world. That remember I told you about the resume. It could be a job that you get. It could be somebody, I don't know, like airline ticket. I got the hookup with that. I have a buddy pass, things like that. Like there's so many connections to it, and you will not know until you're at work one day and you're celebrating Founders Day, because that's a big event where people come out and they are celebrating the fact that they reached another year, with that sorority or fraternity. And suddenly all the managers, you're looking around like, you pledged? It's so, the older you get, the more discreet you become. I know what you mean by the Founders Day. Your thing got blurry again. I know you're about to fix it. There you go. Because when I owned my nightclub in North Carolina that I told, he said, a lot of the connections, this is the Boule connections, this is the Greek connections, this is the, and then she said Founders Day. And what I'm discussing right here, I knew what Founders Day was because when I owned my nightclub in North Carolina, we had Founders Day. We had a Founders Day event in my nightclub.
Stop screen. Present. Share screen. Window. Bang. Share. It's going to look a little blurry because it's kind of small. So my nightclub in North Carolina, before I awakened, it's part of my past life. I owned this nightclub. And let me just go, these are some more pictures, right? That's, well, let me just go. That's the kitchen of our nightclub. So it was a nightclub, a bar and restaurant, right? So we had I don't know what, AKA fraternity, sorority, it was a Founders Day, and they approached me and they wanted to have the fraternity, I don't know if it was fraternity or sorority, the Founders Day in my nightclub. And so we had meetings and they, hold on, that's a music video. That's the club. That's me outside the club. That's the kitchen. So my kitchen workers and waitresses. Let me get that. This is the founder. This is one of the pictures of the Founders Day. So if you see that man right there with the suit on with the gray hair? See, they dressed up. It was hundreds of them, and they hooked the place up. So when I allowed them to rent out our nightclub, they rented it for the weekend, and they had the Founders thing, and they decorated the walls with the, I don't know if it was fraternity, sorority, with the things, and they bought all the images and pictures, and they came from all out of town. They had buses, and young and old. And this was Founders Day. So when she said it, as she was speaking, I'm like, I know what that is, because I hosted it in my club. And this is the Founders Day. And I had another picture. You could see the thing on the wall, and you could see I was taking, they was taking photos with me, the people but yeah. So anyway, I just wanted to show you that this is an actual image of a Founders Day. And they came from all over, out of state too, because this is in North Carolina. My club was in Henderson, North Carolina. And they came from all over. Stop share. Present. Share screen. I think it's this one. Share.
On the 25 to Life channel, we had the club, but it was a bar, restaurant, and a sports bar. So we had programs where I set up teen night, but we also had old timers, kind of adult for the adults, and we end up doing. And I got pictures of it. I might put it in here. We end up doing the Founders Day, in our club, and it was full of all these founders. So I know I was like, it was dope. They put all the Greek stuff up. They did the whole.
Yeah, she right. They had money. They spent a lot of money. Like it was something new. I've never seen nothing like that before. It was a new. It's because I'm from the streets, so I've never experienced none of that type of thing.
Inside of our club, to prepare, we hosted the Founders Day. So I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. And they were all there, professionals, everything from all through the city and all over. Yeah.
It is top notch. It's going to always be top professionals, executives. It's geared towards that because remember, one of the criteria for being able to join a Greek letter organization is one of the principles is like scholarship. You had to make sure your grades were upheld. It wasn't for people, just stragglers. There was a standard there. That's why they wanted those with the influence. They wanted to be able to say, we maintain this GPA in college. We're not just some, dumb people just floating by. We did this, and this is why they're all infiltrated in corporate America and everywhere, essentially.
The Greek ideology is to excel in knowledge. It's the knowledge of the tree and good and evil. See, it's the dark. So that's the Greek.
Greek is gnosis.
So it makes all the sense in the world. And that's why it's an ascertain to be boule, right? The boule, the high echelon of the community. I'm going to point out something. You said we assigned a number, a name and a number, which is crazy. You reborn, so they're giving you a name, but it's crazy that they give you a number too. That's so spiritually important. People don't understand. But you assigned a name and a number after we crossed the burning sands. Explain. Crossing.
It's something else that's ritualistic. So once you cross over the burning sands, which probably really is some sand that I made hot. Symbolically, you know, when you cross over the burning sands, it's better to say that than this you crossed in the darkness.
Yeah.
But that's exactly
terminology. You crossing over from one realm into another realm.
Exactly.
Okay. And then you said
another realm.
I just thought that's another terminology for going through a door. A dalayat. They went through a door, a spiritual portal. You transferred into a spiritual portal and they call it crossing the sand. That's that terminology.
She said, now you said not paying your dues or attending events does not constitute a full denunciation of the organization. Everyone has to completely come out of it. And you broke that down. You was like, well, maybe I'll just not go to events, not pay my dues.
The great negotiation. Yep. So you have to come out of it. And I said that it was really important about them wanting those items back from you. Those items have demonic ties to them. They're portals. They open up things. You don't want any of that. So it's not good for you to go give it to another person that's still within the organization. It's also not good for you to not get rid of it. Give it back, burn it, trash it.
Burn it.
Do whatever you have to do, because that is not something that you want for anyone else to have. So that's why you have to fully denounce, and not just in your heart. You have to do that publicly, meaning that you need to go and reach out to the corporate office. You need to send them an email. I would recommend, because I wouldn't want anything to get lost in the mail. I would want it documented in an email. What I did was I just reached out and I said, hi, this is my name. I'm looking to denounce my letters. And thankfully, it was a smooth process for me. They asked me for my stuff back, my reasoning for why I wanted to denounce, I think. But all in all, once I mailed my stuff back, I sent them a picture of the receipt saying that it landed in DC. I was like, here are my items. They've been dropped off, because they made it clear that if they didn't receive your items, that they was not going to let you go. I was like, oh, we're going to make sure it lands. I was like, when I went to UPS, they was like, would you like a signature, please and thanks? What else can you get from them? Social Security, put that on there. Yeah, so I was like, I got the signature that it arrived, so I took a picture of it, and when I made sure that it had made it to where it needed to be, I wrote back in the email, let them know, and then she kind of wrote back eventually and let me know you are officially no longer a member. So it's really that simple for me. I think some people said they had a hard time getting that denouncement accomplished through headquarters, but that's what you need to do. It would not be that you have not paid your dues and that you no longer stroll, wear your letters, or affiliate yourself with the organization. Remember, this was an oath and a covenant that was made. Your items and the time spent and your fellowship with the organization, all of that is byproducts. That's something that happens. The oath is the most important thing. You have to denounce it and formally get it severed with corporate.
Rebuke it, and you have to repent for it
and
remove it spiritually. Right? So you can give back the physical products, but you need to give back the spirit too. That covenant with that Zeus, Zeta, whatever Greek god that you made a covenant with, whatever light that you made yourself one.
Good word. That's that Zeta is Zeus. That's yeah. That's exactly what that is.
With in your heart, you're gonna have to repent for it, rebuke it, and send it back to whence it's come, along as with its physical products.
Exactly. It has to go back 100%. You cannot be lukewarm about it. You can't have both. So when I was like, yeah, what if I'm just not financial? The videos would surface. They kept coming up. I would be on YouTube watching something, and the convictions just would not let up. It was a press on me to get rid of it. And the funny thing is, once I let go and I was obedient to the Most High, that was when I really found out what I had done. It wasn't before. So when people are like, oh, why did the Most High tell you and not me? that's a question between y'all. The better question is, what position were you in when you were told? For me, I was already in a surrender posture. When this happened for me, I literally was like, I was going through a breakup at the time, and it was very hurtful. And I remember just being like, I don't want to do this anymore. And I wasn't saying I wanted to take my life. I was saying I didn't want to live my life the way that I was living it. I was just like, I don't want to do this anymore. And I felt when the spirit came over me and when I met him on that day. And that's all I said. I cried myself to sleep that night. I was just really in a lot of pain from what had played out. But I never asked for him to show me anything about this sorority. I didn't ask for that. I didn't ask for anything, but because I was in a surrender posture, he's so abundant in what he gives you when you just are obedient, when you pick him. And when that happened, so much more was revealed. So I started to get the convictions. I ended up denouncing. I told my sorority sister that was on my line, and I do want to make sure I say this, she was receptive. She was sad. It was a very sad day because we broke our covenant to one another. But she was receptive. She did not shun me. She didn't make me feel bad. And occasionally she still will reach out and say, hey, love you, just checking on you. So I will say that, you know, that's one of the unique situations where it did not happen for me. But that's my direct line, sister. Who's to say that when this video hits, it'll be a swarm of attacks from others, you know, that I was, you know, with, that I didn't have a direct conversation with. That is what it is. But I just wanted to say that I didn't ask for this, y'all. I really did not. I did not go forward and say, can you show me what's going on in this organization? Because people are saying Zeta is demonic. Never. It didn't happen that way. I just wanted change. I wanted to meet him. And that's how I know. It was no way that when they said do your research that I started, because I never knew him. And it's very likely that neither did you.
Good word. Guys, to wrap it up a little bit, you're not Greek.
No.
I'm sorry, you can pledge to your black skin turn purple. I don't care, yellow. You ain't Greek. I'm sorry. There's no black Greek. That's a culture and a people, and they have gods and tradition. You're taking it on. When they enslaved your ancestors, they made them pledge. Sorry, newsflash. No matter what you do, you're not Greek. So all you taking it all personal, that's just the covenant that you made with these Greek gods. That ain't your gods. Sorry, those are the gods who enslaved you, your ancestors. Just as you ain't Roman. Sorry. Now, I know you might be probably say, well, you ain't Hebrew. I beg to differ. You know why? Because read what this talks about in the scripture. You listen, the scripture talks about the Greek. It talks about the Romans. You ain't Greek. Read that scripture and see what it talks about the Hebrews.
Now they became Hellenized. Some became Romans because you can become the land, right? Like now I would be considered American because I was born in America. But when I'm talking about the genealogy of the people that come from that culture, Greek, Roman. So you did have black Greeks, black Romans, but they weren't indigenous. Okay, that's not their indigenous culture. Some assimilated, got Hellenized, and all of that. Just wanted
and tell me what you read. Oh yeah, slave ships, all of it down at the bottom. No jobs. You'll be the tail and not the. It describes you from the rooter to the tutor.
Oh, now that you say that, I actually was the tail, because on the line you have a position too, and because I was the two and no one came behind me, I was the tail.
You was the tail.
And that was something else. Like there are different little clubs. You could be the tail. You could be in the deuce club, which was the twos for me. You could be an ace, meaning you was first on the line. Every little number has subclubs to them. Now that I think about it,
subgroups within groups. Wow.
Subgroups within groups. So you can unite in a different way. That way, the ability to unite isn't just among Zeta. I could also be like, oh, You're a Delta and you're a 2 like me. We're 2.
We're 2s. Oh, I was a 1, so we
Right.
1s.
So it's different.
Are you a 4C? I'm 4C. The devil's a lie. I'm 1A. My hair. That's what they got people united. I'm 4C. The devil's a lie.
Alphas. Right.
You would find the 2 and you would always take pictures with them because that was y'all's common grounds.
Wow. Y'all share something together.
We share something together.
Wow.
It's all web. Oh, and I did want to say this too, I also saw when I was watching a certain video in the comment section, somebody was wondering how it could be wrong when pastors are Greek. And that's true, because I remember going to Greek day at church.
Of course.
I remember that. I also
Houses, councilmen, mayors, like police, whatever, they all.
Right.
Well, the pastor went to college probably the same way you did. What do you mean?
Yeah.
And the pastor, that is not sorry. Oh, here we go. Newsflash. You ain't Greek, but guess what? You ain't Christian either. I know, right? Just turn off the video now, right?
Right.
Sorry. Guess who called you Christians? The Romans who conquered the Greek. See, when you don't know the history, you went from one slave master, the Greek had you enslaved, then the Romans came and they conquered the Greek and they made you Christians.
Right.
You wasn't Christians under the Greek. The Roman Catholic Church came and said they were first called Christian.
Right.
See? Now, so you're talking about a Christian.
That's very interesting. So the so-called black pastor that's Christian and pledged, made a ritual. He's Roman and Greek. He's everything but himself.
Christian pastor who's Greek. That's just 2 enslavers. He's under Roman Catholicism. That's called Greco-Roman.
Ah.
Hello. See, when you really know your history.
That was a good word. He said he's Greco-Roman. Wow, that's actually very interesting.
Then it all is plain as to see. They all enslaved you, idiot juices. We were all idiot juices.
Every last one of us, me particularly.
Me
All of us.
All of us.
Everybody did it, but I would say, don't follow man. That's why we're not supposed to. We have many of the biblical examples where the Most High was able to see those folks' hearts on the matter, like David. Don't follow man, because they lead you astray. We owe it to ourselves to seek out our own salvation.
Because only you're going to be standing there at the judgment.
Exactly. And with this video, the fact that you even merely clicked on and listened to however much of it that you did, if you are in a Greek organization, now you know. Even if it's just a little bit, you had enough for you to probe. You can go behind me. You can investigate it. You can simply put in denouncing and look how many videos show up to date. So you don't have an excuse anymore. That was the downside of clicking on the video.
Accountability and responsibility. Who we knows is held accountable. Now you know.
Sister Kelly Perry wrote a very, very powerful statement. She said the fraternal order, law enforcement, judges, churches, church folks, elites, etc. They in most aspects of it. Good word, fraternal order. Good word. Absolutely, Sister Kelly Perry.
But your sister, our sister, sorry. She ain't your sister. She's my sister. Yadasa, and that's scriptural. Sorry, guys, y'all don't know that. But Mashiach, what they call Jesus, said, who is my mother? Who is my brother? Who is my sister? Who is my brother? He who keeps my father's commandments. So she keeps my father's commandments. So she my sister. If you ain't keeping the Most High, Yah, she was calling him Yah. So that's what she started saying, the Most High, because most of y'all don't know his name, right? But anyway, so that's his ancient name. Okay, so I call her my sister because she's keeping my father's commandments, right? So when she was in that, when she had an allegiance to that Greek god, the Zeta god, then you were her sisters. You see? Because she was keeping her father's commandments, or should we say mother? because that was like a mother
Good
god.
word. That was a good word. Good word, huh? Just said, just said, he said, that was a good word. I said, now she's keeping my father's commandments. We're accord, so she's my sister. But when she was in the sorority, she was keeping that God's commandments, right? Their constitution. So those were her sisters. That's a good word. Wyatt says some of them pastors who pledged probably are descendants to the Hebrews who sold their children out to Antiochus Epiphanes during the Maccabean uprising.
Right? So goddess. There you go. So she was keeping her mother's commandments. So she was your sister, but now she is no longer. All right. Now, so for the people who watch it and hear her, you hear the sincerity. You hear this wasn't nothing to bash, no Greek thing. You hear it wasn't nothing to make her seem like she better than you are. It was sincerely, it was coming across. You could feel it. Y'all know you read spirits. It was a true explanation, testimony. Others, the scriptures say, others are saved by your testimony. Salvation is in the testimony. So she experienced these things and she shared her testimony as a light so others can see and say, wow, I might not have knew this part, right? And I might not have seen that. And we also she gave the understanding of how to renounce it and how to get out and give it back. Mentally, physically, and spiritually, because you received it mentally, physically, and spiritually.
Yeah.
You made a covenant.
Yeah.
So I don't want you to bring the last part on the thing out, and I'll explain that to you another time why. This was enough. Why? Thank you so much. And then the last thing you wrote at the bottom, you wrote good works versus fruits, but you kind of already.
Yeah, that's what it was all about. You know, take the time out, you know them by their fruits. Stop paying attention to what you see people do in the community, because we know everybody has to be marketed. That's how they recruit people. Why would they go out and show you darkness and expect you to join it? It's deception. That's what it's for. It's not for you to know what you're getting into up front. They wouldn't have half the members. And now you have people that are stuck in there because they don't know how to face their parents to get out, or they just, you know, can't even believe that they've even what they did after watching this video and replaying back the ritual night when they came through. It might be hard for them to walk away from their line and everybody. It's just so many layers to it. Persecution, like I said, people get drugged left and right. So I expect in the comments, people will be really upset. They'll swarm in from everywhere telling you how I'm not being honest and that was just her experience. But again, I can make sure we have it linked in the comments so you'll be able to see the common thread among all the organizations if you want to. And also, we already talked about how my experience may have looked different from other people's. I expect that. But one thing we all know that we did, that we should be in agreement with, just being truthful, is that there was an oath that was taken. And we know also, we can post the scriptures too in the description, what the word tells us about taking oaths.
Praise the Most High. All right. Well, I think we nailed that. What's 8, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30? We did 3 hours. That's a very good, strong, long and strong video. She's going to send me the clips, so I'll be able to insert the clips where they fit. And I humbly thank.
Sorry, guys. I couldn't find her clips somewhere. I had to put all this together. I'll find it another time and do something separately and play the clips, bring that out.
Thank you for taking this time to do this service, to share your testimony, because the scripture says salvation is in the testimony, and your job is to bring others, try to lead others to get to their salvation so they can make it, save their souls. So you did that. You can tell you, I did it, y'all, like I'll be doing.
Yeah.
I did it, y'all, right?
Yeah.
Put in that work. So I humbly thank you, Yadasa, on behalf of Mashiach Assembly. Thank you so much for bringing this clarity and understanding in the awakening and all this mess. And hopefully my brother TCA can grab some, get some even more understanding.
Sorry, guys. Again, this was made a year ago. So that was the old TCA back then. So people watch it later like, TCA is, yeah, I know. I'm about to make a video explaining where he's at now. So this was done a year before when he was supposed to be still serving the Most High, and back when he was trying to expose the Masons and stuff back then. All right, just wanted to clarify that.
Of the
Sister Kelly Perry said, all oaths are attached to some type of an entity. Doctor's oaths, nurses' oaths, Hippocratic oaths, good word. That's why they make you make an oath. It's a covenant, and it's definitely attached to a God.
charge that he's been called,
which is the devil. Just so but people don't know that. Those gods are devils. Anunnakis are gods and stuff.
To call out all this Masonic stuff and all that stuff, maybe he can get even more understanding.
Yeah,
and
he's doing a good thing with that call, because it's I'm sure the attacks are strong.
Oh yeah. So that's why he sent me a personal email, So yeah, brother, I read the email, and once my sister said she wanted to do this, I saw that'll be perfect. I can address the email right here and maybe give my young brother TCA some other info that he can go forward with, and just be very careful not to just broad stroke everybody. As an elder, that's all I would say. Just be very careful. And all that hand sign stuff, you know them by really the fruit, the work.
So what I was doing, this was over a year ago, I was speaking to Thoughts Camera Action, telling them stop broad stroking. That's when he was attacking everybody's ministry, talking about their hands, their Masons and all that stuff. I said, stop broad stroking. Right, so this was an old video. Again, I just want to clarify, because people are watching me like, TCA, you still no, right?
What are they doing? You see what I mean? Because some of them just talking with their hands, They but again, the funny thing, brother TCA, is almost all of them that you called out, they are definitely, a lot of them are wicked and unlawful, and some of them are wicked. So it's something there, whether they was doing something literally with their hand or not, a lot of them are doing something definitely dark.
I agree.
Yeah.
And now he done went on over to the dark. I got a video coming. It's probably one of the next ones. I might as well just get it done. Get her done, right? I gotta get this out the way, because my history is tied with his, so I gotta separate. I gotta do a very clean separation, a denouncing, so that everyone will know that I do not prescribe to any of this dark teaching that he's doing. All right.
So,
and the people defending them, that too. The people that are like, TCA, why are you saying this? You're trying to divide us. No, keep sounding that alarm.
Facts. Marshak said he come to divide.
Exactly.
So stop it. That's why they don't like gun. You trying to, we supposed to be coming together where? How are we supposed to be coming together when the Marshak said he's coming to divide? Literally in your home. He said mother from father, sister. And you sit up here thinking I'm supposed to be in covenant with these folios with some emojis on the screen. Come on now. Y'all, come on, stop it now. See, that's the difference between Mashiach Assembly. We ain't not no boo-boo the fools. I don't even know who this is behind the emoji, but you telling me that's my brother. Okay, cool. Knock yourself out. Whatever y'all want to be covenant with some emoji and won't get mad at me, whatever. All right, now, we did this out of righteousness, truth, righteous correction, open understanding, rebuking of any darkness. And this is a gift from Mashiach Assembly, Yadasa and me, to you. We've sitting here 3 hours doing this for you, okay? All praise to the Most High. Thank you, Yadasa. You have anything you want to close out? Well, you already closed out, basically.
I just want to say, I pray that people don't stay in their contentions. Don't think that this is an attack on you as an individual, because I was you. I'm an advocate for you because I understand what that feels like. And it's very hurtful when you find out that you was in darkness. So I pray that, you know, people do not come in the comments deterring folks because you haven't gotten that call yet. Take it up with y'all and ask why you haven't, rather than to tell others that, you know, you feel like your organization represents this or that it does that. Please do not deter other people because this message is for a specific audience and they will be able to hear. So for those people that are still in it, you know, my prayers are with you, and I pray, you know, that you are brought out of darkness. And so you can go forward and be able to help save souls.
Praise God. Now, one thing I'm going to point out, she said, a good word you said, Yadasa. You said, don't look at me because you're saying, how did he say something to me about it, but then say something to you? She said, what was your posture when he said something to you?
What was your angle?
Oh,
yeah,
that
was you defensive? Or when, what was your posture?
She said, don't look at me saying why the Most High or God said something to her to come out and denounce her sorority, but didn't say nothing to you. And it said, what was your posture? Because he probably did say something to you, but you didn't hear because of your stance and your posture. Straight, were you,
Are you
willing to receive? Yeah, that's a good word. Where were you at when he first? Because guys, understand something. We don't all get it the first time he tries to get our attention.
No, I didn't.
Watch Uncle Yeshua 25 Light Testimony TV. I was the biggest boo-boo the fool. He was sending everybody for my attention, right? Public enemies. He was sending people from continents. He spent the Supreme Court judge to get. I mean, what in the world? It took him to knock me down and take everything for me to finally get it. So don't knock yourself that you ain't get it on the first go, the second try, the third try. She's just planting the seed and showing you, you know, little pieces as you start to awaken and remove layers and realize one day you'll be like, wow, I see it now.
It's all coming full circle.
It's a journey. He who endures, it's an enduring, guys, right? So thank you, Yadasa. I'm going to close us out with a little quick prayer. Father, we thank you so much, Father Yah. We thank you so much that you've given us these, the understanding of these covenants, these Greek and Roman and all Assyrian and Persian and Babylonian covenants and deities and Baal and Moloch and gods. You said, put none of these other gods in front of me, before me. Do not even present them to me. Those who know how to break down the scriptures. So we thank you, Father, for explaining these covenants and ties that we made in our transgressions and ignorance and darkness. And thank you for giving us the keys and the tools and the testimonies to plant seeds and show people where they went wrong and made these covenants and how to break and renounce them to send them back from when it's come. We thank you for having the ability to reach any amount of people that this video reaches through the shadow ban, through all the negative comments, whatever, that it will reach the children who has ears to hear and eyes to see, and that they may get a chance to renounce this darkness. We thank you and we humbly receive. And we did it. Yeah, we put in that work. In the name of your only begotten Son who comes in your holy name, we say this prayer unto you. Aman, Aman Yah, that's amen. Hallelujah, that's hallelujah. And Shishala, that's Selah. All right.
Thank you, Unc. In the words of our assembly, don't miss your divine appointment.
Do not miss your divine appointment. Facts. This is a divine appointment coming to everybody. All right, don't miss it. And remember, he who endures. Eat the meat, spit out the piss that you can receive, and just keep on come watch this over and over again to see if you can try to receive. And like Yadasa said, do your diligence. It's all over the internet. Just start watching. Do your diligence and ask. Seek and you shall find the truth, and ask, and it will be removed from you. Thank you, Yadasa. From the Shak Assembly to everybody out there, we out. Go forth and be the light. Everybody, be the light. We out. All right, I'm gonna stop the video here.
Oh, before you stop it. Let me tell you.
Oh,
So it'll
you
be
still
smooth.
recording? Okay, go
Yeah,
ahead.
still record because I wanted you to put this piece in so it'll be smooth.
Okay.
Remember, you was asking me all of the 9 of them and I only had 8.
Uh-huh.
I'll just repeat it back. So when you ask that question, what are all the 9s? Which ones are they? It's the kappas, the omegas, the alphas, the sigmas, and the iotas. And then for the women organizations, it's the zetas, the AKAs, the sigma, gamma, rhos, and the deltas.
Wow. I remember some of those names from the Spike Lee movie.
Yeah.
That, praise Yah.
That was good. I'm excited.
Whether you are alphas, whether you're kappas, whether you're deltas, omegas, and I'm going to leave one of them out because if I do that, you all will be upset because you are more serious about the Greeks than you are about Africa. Whether. I'm finished enough. One more time.
All right, here we go. Let's get to the. All right, that completes Yadasa's testimony about her denouncing Zeta Phi Beta sorority. It was a very very powerful word that she shared. Now, this right here is some of the fruit of what she was speaking on. How these fraternities and sororities run a lot of this black, so-called Black America. Here we go, right here.
All right, so here we go. Dr. Umar Johnson took to Instagram last Thursday to be exact. He said he was offered $10,000 to do an interview with Vice President Kamala Harris and went on to say that he believes other celebrities are being paid to support Vice President Kamala for her bid for the White House, right? Umar specifically called you out, Steve. He called out Ricky Smiley. He claimed that both of you were paid to support Kamala Harris's campaign. Here's what he said.
But if we're going to be honest, Steve Harvey and Ricky Smiley, and I love you both, no hate to my big brothers.
He back. Look who's back, guys. It's idiot juice. No, he a trip. All right, but let's what he said. You know, he be on and off, on and off. This boy's a trip. All right.
But if we're going to be honest, Ricky Smiley and Steve Harvey, y'all only carried on because y'all got paid to carry on. Can we please be honest? Can we see? I want y'all to understand, overstand, and understand what King Kong is talking about. Y'all carried on because y'all got paid to carry on. Kamala Harris and the
Lord, y'all, you wrote that at the same time that he just called himself King Kong. This fool. And then I want y'all to understand, overstand, and then you know he do the repeating things in threes, right? This is all that this witchcraft stuff they be doing, right?
Democratic plantation is paying you celebrities, paying you to shame black people into voting. Y'all know we not going to get nothing out of that vote. Y'all know we not going to get nothing out of that vote. Y'all know we not going to get nothing out of the vote, but they being paid. Y'all being bought. They offered me $10K for an interview with Kamala Harris. I don't want your money, but we can definitely do the interview.
So, you know, we've had Vice President Harris on the show many times. So let's address this bogus claim, please, Steve.
Well, first of all, we're going to have her on her again, or how many other times is needed to get her into office.
To get the vote.
Brother Umar, let me say this, man. I absolutely love some of the things you say. I really, really do, man.
See, these are these sellouts. These are the gatekeepers. Umar calling them out. So Umar said they offered me $10,000 to host, to represent her, but I turned it down.
Some of the stuff I don't always agree with, but ain't nobody got to agree with everything I say. But let me clear the air on something.
Please.
You can't hire Steve Harvey for $10,000 to do nothing.
Yes, hey.
Let me just A that out the way. I don't know where you got that number from, but you can't offer Steve Harvey $10,000 to do nothing. No, you can go through the industry and ask about me.
Exactly. So what does that mean? They gave you more? And you see the arrogance in that? You can give me 10,000 and do not. That stuff, that's where I get ashamed of myself. And what I mean by that is, that's where I want to smack the taste out of his mouth, but I can't, right? Because I'm being in my circumcised self. But I admit my weaknesses. I admit it. I face them and I battle them. I don't like those arrogant people like that. You can't pay me $10,000 to do nothing. Like we got to pay you 50. That like you just $10,000 just ain't even nothing to you. You little arrogant piece of crap. That's why I don't like stuff like so. That's why I repent. I repent for me being lowered to be like I would smack the taste out of his mouth just for saying something like that. I just don't like prideful, arrogant, lofty, all these people, man. Yeah, Mitch, that's him. That repeat his things in threes, the brainwash, that's him. Go King Kong himself. All right. But yeah, that's this arrogant boule. These the gatekeepers. But there's a reason why I got this clip. And it's coming in a second. Watch this.
Bro, let me tell you something. Omar, let me tell you something, man. And there ain't no hate here at all, cause I like some of the work he does. I really do. Yeah. Listen, man, I don't do nothing, nothing for $10,000. Don't even insult. Don't insult the brand equity that I've built over these 30 years of television. I just don't, man. And I'm doing this absolutely free of charge because I want this country to be in her hands as opposed to Donald Trump's hands. That's why I do it. Now, me and Ricky Smiley happen to be on the same page. Now, we Qs now, and so is D.L. Hughley.
See what he said? They in covenant. They on the same page. They Q dogs. They did the fraternal ritual order. Him, D.L. Hughley, and Ricky Criley. Right? Yeah, I know, Hakiyama. I'm like, you look like you need $10,000 for right now. You look like you're in a doggone dungeon. The wall look all chipping paint. The shirt look all like, what are you doing? What kind of no diddy is going on in your where you at? I don't know what kind of sacrifice ritual you got going on, but you look like you need $10,000 for your backdrop. I'm like, all right. So you heard him. Him, Ricky Criley, and D.L. Hughley, they in covenant. They all Q. They serving a Greek god, the Q god. Listen.
And Q's kind of run the airways of black radio.
Okay.
Did you just hear it? Out the mouth of the serpent. You got to say they got sackcloth and ashes. At the beginning of this, Taj Balaya said, that's why a lot of these fraternities and all of them, they become media, marketing, all of it. This is the receipt fruit to what Taj just said. He just said, him, D.L. Hughley, Ricky Criley, I call him Criley because he a crybaby, right? Not Smiley, Criley. Now, he said, we are all on one accord because we are Q-Dog fraternity. And he said, the Q-Dog is running black media. What Taj said. Him, Ricky Criley, who you think gave them over to run black media? That's my last week lesson with me and Yadasa when I showed the Boule part. Who you think owns the media, period? Y'all know who it is. We ain't got to say it. Y'all know what people own the media, period. and who created the NAACP, who created the fraternity stuff, they did this, they assigned, from my last week lesson, these boule, they assigned these gatekeepers. He just spoke out his mouth that they run black media. And they telling you to vote for Kamala because she is a part of this fraternal, sorority, Greek devil organization as well. And they support each other. Listen.
And Q's kind of run the airways of black radio.
See?
And happened to be in her hands as opposed to Donald Trump's hands. That's why I do it. Now, me and Ricky Smiley happen to be on the same page. Now, we Q's now, and so is D.L. Hughley. And Q's kind of run the airways of black radio.
Okay. All right.
The Q's is running the airways of black radio.
All right, Purple and Gold.
Okay. But we also understand what's at stake here.
But hold up. Let me just tell you something right here that could be very historic. And Kay pointed this out to me. If Kamala Harris is elected, she would be sworn in.
She could be sworn
on
in
MLK Day
by the first black Supreme
and
Court,
possibly by Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Yeah.
Does that not give you chills?
Stop it.
Does that not send
Maria?
Just make your whole body vibrate?
Maria,
oh my
I can go
gosh.
deep in the net. You got a member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated reading in a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated into the damn White House. What's wrong with y'all?
Come on, man. MLK.
See that? All gatekeepers. See? They say it themselves. Reading in another sorority devil for organization member on Martin Luther King, and I put each symbol for their organization on the screen. I had to put that purposely. Boule, boule, boule. You see? And what did Steve Harvey say? They run black media in America. That's why I said America. That's why I was in, you see, that's why I'm like, I can't have someone come and disrupt the lesson talking some old other foolish stuff. You understand? I'm going somewhere. Y'all know I'm always intentional when I'm going somewhere. And America influences the rest of the world, just so y'all know. You understand? They know that. Because Judah's here. We get them to curse themselves. Tribe of Ya'ada.
The Q's also understand.
Very historic. And Kay pointed this out to me. If Kamala Harris is elected, she would be sworn in.
She could be sworn
on
in
MLK Day
by the first black Supreme
and
Court,
possibly by Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Yeah.
Does that not give you chills?
Stop it.
Does that not send
Maria?
No, it don't give me no chills, idiot juice. Should give you chills. Go ahead, Yasha.
They haven't spoken a single reason to vote for her outside
other than their covenant.
She's not Trump or their covenant. They haven't said what she'll do for anybody outside of that. What's she gonna do for us?
Because I'm not allegiant. I'm not Alpha, AK, Vita, Beta, Booga. I'm
not Trump.
Exactly. So
what's she going to do?
She ain't doing that for me. Okay.
Make your whole body vibrate.
Maria,
oh my
I can go deep in the net.
Does that not give you chills?
Stop it.
Does that not send
Maria?
Just make your whole body vibrate.
Maria,
oh my
I can go deep in the net. You got a member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated reading in a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated into the damn White House. What's wrong with y'all?
Come on, man. MLK holiday.
But y'all mad because she ain't talking about reparations.
They offered me 10K.
He said, but y'all mad because she ain't talking about reparations, Yasha. Yasha, listen, Yasha, this goes to what you just said. They're telling so-called Black America, Black people, we need to vote for her. We mad because she ain't talking about repairing the breach. Now I know in the scriptures we ain't gonna get that money, but they're telling so-called Black America that we need to forget about her talk. She's Alpha, AKA she's Sigma Data Beta Bugger. But we worried about reparations. We should be worried about getting her and Katanji. So I don't know. I almost said, boy, that DAM word almost came out. I don't know, damn, damn. Right? I was making jokey joke. I bridle my tongue. I don't cuss. But then certain things make those cuss words come up, right? That's not a bad one. But I be like, I ain't no damn beta, beta, Buddha. Devil's a lie. Go ahead, Yasha.
That's funny too, because all this coming from people that appear to have been repaired.
Exactly. They got their reparations. Yeah. He did, because he said, you can't give me $10,000 to do nothing. Well, that means you ain't equally yoked with me at all. Facts. You ain't equally yoked with me at all because you already repaired, brother. If you shunning $10,000 don't mean, that mean you fanning your face. You using $10,000 as toilet paper. Well, you ain't part of the struggle, my brother. You ain't in outside. You in the house. You in my house. We in the field, right? We field it because you in the big house. You in my house. But they want us. See, forget what we want. Serve them. Just the audacity of that.
Into the damn White House. What's wrong with y'all?
Come on, man. MLK holiday.
But y'all mad because she ain't talking about reparations.
They offered me 10K for an interview with Kamala Harris. I don't want your money, but we can definitely do the interview.
Fortunate and blessed to, during the course of being vice president, have many situations where it becomes clear to me that there are, people of every age and gender, by the way, who see something about being the first that lets them know they don't need to be limited by other people's limited understanding of who can do what.
What? What? I put that there intentionally. I'll be putting in this work. What? She said, she sounded like she was drunk or high or something. I'm like, she said that. Hold on. Y'all listen one more time. Listen to what they telling us to make the president. Forget reparations, forget anything policies, forget jobs, forget the economy, forget inflation. She is AK Bully, Aka Bully, whatever her fraternity sorority is. Right? Y'all said, she just said chicken noodle soup. That's what she might as well said. Listen, one more time.
Fortunate and blessed to, during the course of being vice president, have many situations where it becomes clear to me that there are, people of every age and gender, by the way, who see something about being the first that lets them know they don't need to be limited by other people's limited understanding of who can do what.
What? What? Yeah, it sounds just like Biden. All right. All right. This next clip, this is where we get to, this is our closeout stuff. This is where we get to the darkness, the deep stuff. All right. Y'all know I got to bring y'all something. All right. So we about to learn something. I'm about to learn. So I learned something from this. Y'all got to learn something. There's a new creation being created in the earth today. The scripture says, as in the days of Noah, it'll be worse in the end times. They're telling us to elect that thing who don't even make common sense. But watch this. Here we go. Copyright disclaimers in effect for reaction purposes. We're a ministry and we're just trying to learn what is being created in this earth today. Here you go.
So this is a video for neopronoun users to duet. Or if you're considering neopronouns.
They talk so fast nowadays. Oh, I think I had to speed up. Maybe I can I can't turn it down because it's not in the other thing. It's okay, I'll break it. Because when I did the little Woody video yesterday, I had to turn the speed up a little because they was talking so slow. And I think it's still up when I edited this. Now, what she said at the beginning, she said, this is for the these are words that they got new languages. There's a new creation of people being created. Yeah, she said Asian gender. Yeah, she said something crazy. She just mixed it all in. That's what she said, bubblegum mouth or something. I don't know. She had wee mouth. That's what it sounds like. She was high or something. But there's there you go, neo-pronouns, okay? So this new generation of people that they're creating make these new words and terms faster than that we can keep up. This is gonna be a doozy right here. Watch this. We're gonna learn some stuff. I'm done. I'm good. I'm whatever. They're just gonna have to lock me up because I can't keep up with this stuff. Watch this. So he said the neo. Let's see what she said again. I wish I could have slowed it down a little. Sorry, guys. Because she already talked fast, and I think I had my thing sped up.
So this is a video for neopronoun users to duet.
So this is a video for neopronoun users to duet. That's what you do on what they call that thing, TikTok. They do duets where they'll take the video and put their face and act like they'll do it and then send it out and share so it go viral. So she's making this for neopronoun users. So that's a term right there in itself. I don't even know what that means. I guess it's people who use these pronouns. I caught up to the pronoun. I know that that's saying something like they. You can't call them a she. You gotta say it's right. So I'm confused, but I know that they got this thing. When I grew up, pronoun was like a adverb, a verb, a pronoun, a preposition, right? Now it's a whole, right? They got a new being created, people created. So now they got neo-pronoun. I don't know what the neo part is. Is that something with the Matrix? So now I'm lost right from that. But anyway, watch this. So this video here is for neo-pronoun users to make duets. Listen what she said. Here we go.
Or if you're considering neopronouns for yourself, maybe even try a blind react. However, safety first. Before you do either of those things, make sure you're in a mental state where...
However, if you're going to do this neo-pronoun, before you do it, make sure you're in a mental state where if you do get misgendered, you will be okay. So this new creation of beings are very sensitive to the point where if you do this neo-pronoun and someone says the wrong pronoun and misgender you, you will be okay. You can get harmed. They're really sensitive. I used to grow up where you had to like punch me in the face or shoot me or stab me to make a disclaimer that you can be harmed. But now you can be harmed if someone says, she or hey, he, no, they. It's not they no more. You harmed me. That's what they're going to. They're going to make laws. That's what said, just lock me up now. because they're going to make laws later. It's getting worse and worse and darker and darker. And you know us, I'm a little elder, so I can't keep up with all this crap, and I wouldn't anyway. Now listen, this gets crazy right here. The reason why I did it, I said, my goodness, I need it. The Most High said, show it, because this is what's happening. All right, so it says, hold on, safety first. A safety warning. Before you try to make a duet, a TikTok, using the neo pronouns, a safety warning. If you're considering doing neo pronouns for yourself, or maybe if you're going to try to do a blind reaction video to the neo pronouns, safety first. Okay, listen.
However, safety first, before you do either of those things, make sure you're in a mental state where if you do get misgendered, you will be okay. All right, are you ready? Let's get started. Do you see this person next to me? E is my friend. C has had to put up with a lot to get to where Per is today. I just want to let Glint know that Thon is valid, that verb pronouns are valid, and that their identity is valid. I wish Void all the best, and look forward to maybe even seeing some of their lovely content someday. Please, treat them with respect, and I'm sure A will respect you too. So how did that feel? Are there any neo pronouns that stuck out to you that you might want to use for yourself?
Oh my goodness! I told y'all, yo, bro, this is a whole creation of human beings being made. As in the days of Noah, it said, worse than. You know, I'm gonna go back. I just wanted to play, so because I was like, so if this is where the pronouns is going, I'm screwed. That's why I said they might as well just lock me up now. Because there's no way. I don't know what the world. Watch this. But we're gonna go down. We're gonna break it down. We're gonna break it down. I just wanted to play. Here we go.
In a mental state where if you do get misgendered, you will be okay. All right, are you ready? Let's get started.
Let's go.
Do you see this person next to me?
Do you see this person next to me? E is my friend. So I don't know what the E stands for. Like Yasha said, somebody said, I rebuke all this. Yeah, rebuke all this in the name of the Most High. Yahweh, who comes in the name of the Most High. Yahweh Shah, Yahweh, Yahweh. Now, the Most High, the creator of all things. Now, whatever y'all want to, for those out there, she said, do you see this person next to me? E is my friend. So you can't say he or she, but I can say E. Okay, this is the new, they keep making new stuff. Just like same thing with the alphabet community. They got more letters, right? They got A, you know, I forgot how to say it now. It's been so long since I said the alphabet community. How do they say it again? Because I always say element OP, AB, the A. How do they say that? H. I literally forgot. I haven't said it so long. The LGBT. There you go. That's it. Start with the L. I forgot. I ain't said it so long. So they didn't add it to the LGBTQ. Dude, they got more stuff. So listen. Yeah, thank you. I forgot how it even started. So, do you see this person next to me? E is my friend. What's next?
E is my friend. Z has had to put up with a lot. XE. So what is an XE? So we got an E. She should put definitions, but they know this stuff. They fast, these kids, right? And look at her. She got a half buzz cut, another hairstyle, a bang thing, lipstick. So remember, we will soon be getting arrested for calling. See, that's what I meant. What do I call this? A thing? I don't know what a Z or A, right? That's where they're going. As in the days of Noah, even worse. They're creating these beings. These are
They're created this way now. This is they don't know the world I come from. They don't know the world I come from. Okay? Now, it says XC has had to put up with a lot. What's the next one?
Put up with a lot to get to where per is today.
To get to where per is today. So you got E, you got G, XE, and now you got per. But I can't say she, he. Okay.
I just want to let Glint know.
I just want to let Glit know. That one sound, no diddy pause. That sound too close. Y'all already know. Well, y'all might not know, but that sound too close to me. I'm like, what? Pause, no diddy. I just want to let Glit know. What does that mean? Who Glit? So they making up stuff. So he, she, and we, and all that ain't good enough. So y'all get to make up Glit and per and okay. Yeah, bald with a bang, and I don't know what this is, the haircut on this side, and the bang is just one strand. All right, now listen.
That thon is valid.
That thon is valid. Okay.
That verb pronoun.
That verb pronouns are valid. So not her, not he, ver. So they're just taking letters and just mix up the English alphabet and make up whatever they want.
Are valid. And that's their identity.
That one right there. And that seer identity is valid. Everybody already know in the awakening. Mount Seir, anyone? See, through it all, I always catch something. And that seer identity is valid. Nephilim, Mount Seir, fallen angel, Nephilim. And that seer identity is valid. That's what this is. Seer identity. Nothing new under the sun. Worse than the days of Noah. So these beings that are being created will be furries and all of this stuff. Yes, seer.
He is valid. I wish Void all the best.
I wish Void all the best. That's a dark word right there. That meant they don't exist. Void. I wish Void all the best. And look forward to maybe even seeing some of, I don't even know how to say that, XYR, lovely content someday. So they're creating a language of emptiness. Yeah, Yadon. That void is empty and this whole thing is empty. It's empty of the light of righteousness. It's empty of the Most High. It's full of darkness.
And look forward to maybe even seeing some of their lovely content someday.
Some of their lovely content someday.
Please treat them with respect.
Treat them, V-E-M. They making up stuff. Yasharallah said, and the earth became void and without form.
And I'm sure A will respect you too.
And I'm sure A,
so how did that
EY will respect you too. So how did that feel? Dark. Darkly, adversarially, satanic, Nephilic, fallen angel, Mount Seir.
I feel. Are there any neo-pronouns that stuck out to you that you might want to use for yourself? Good luck on your pronoun.
Good luck on your pronoun journey that you can just use for your, so they can pick and choose and do whatever they will, is the whole of their law. And they can keep changing it, which they will, and adding to. And they'll be making laws. And as people know, we are a ministry, so we don't promote politics. I'm not for Trump. I'm not for Kamala, but I can see fruit and I can see levels of darkness spiritually. And I know that the Kamala system is promoting this stuff and will promote the furtherance of this stuff. Straight, same thing under the Obama. They gave it money, they gave it more rights, more freedoms, they gave it, and I know that when Trump was speaking against it, again, I don't give a crap about no Donald Trump or no Kamala the chameleon, but I see the fruit of what each administration did when they had the office, because both had office. Once you have a thing that played out, now you have fruit that you can weigh and judge. What did they do when they were in, and what did they do when they were in? And if you look at that, you'll see which one's situation you were better off in. That's why I have to constantly speak out against them trying to get this sorority, fraternity, boule, serpent, Greek gods serving into running the country. Because this is what they will, this is where they push and opening the borders and got the streets in chaos and everything.
On journey.
All right. That was the clips. Stop sharing. Yeah, Eve in the office. In the scriptures, it says that in the end times, it will be worse than the days of Noah. In that clip, it talked about seer. And it spelled it correctly, S-E-I-R. Whether they know it or not, I know what Mount Seir was and is and represents. It represents a being, a species of hybridized people that's not of the Most High, a Nephilim, fallen angel seed, the serpent's seed. These who are in covenant with this, and they're creating these children to be one. They're being made in this image that's all they know is to be non-male or female. Go ahead, Akiami.
I think Yasha might be in the waiting room, or you might possibly need the link again.
Thank you. No, I see him. Thank you. We just got to expose the things that we see, because you ignore it and because you're not abreast to it, don't mean it's not, what word would you call that? It's not growing fast. It's not expanding. It's not birthing. It's not continuing to bear fruit. So there'll be things that the Most High tell me, clip up, bring out, because I know a lot of the people, the audience who watch our ministry are not into many of these spaces. I'm not either, but the Most High will give me these clips. And it's like, show them, because they're not in a lot of these spaces and they won't know what's going on. And these things are getting insanely darker and darker. That's why I did the video about the furries and them putting the kitty litter boxes in the bathroom so the little cat people can go piss in the kitty litter box in elementary school, the little babies, and these, these pronouns and thon and z's and zays, and they just mix in the letters and they're making this stuff law. if we allow these people to stay in office and these people to get in office, they're making these things law where they be locking people up they actually locked somebody. I'm going to show a video. They locked somebody up for saying the wrong pronoun. They went to jail because the person that they said she to was offended. Remember when you said you might get hurt? Remember that video? It said, warning, make sure you might get hurt. I said, they're sensitive. The lady act like she punched her in the face or something. She just said the girl had on a waitress outfit and everything, had her hair. She looked like a girl. So the lady just said, excuse me, ma'am, or and she got offended and they called the police and the person got locked up. So it's way deeper and further than y'all think. I'm gonna find that clip. I got it somewhere. I got a lot of stuff that'll be coming. So they're instituting these laws, and if we don't stop it, yeah, he definitely sets their plans back by several years. Y'all remember, I guess it's over 8 years ago or something, when he got in office, and he had, I'm gonna make a video with that too. He said, I'm going to drain the swamp. He said, I'm going to drain the swamp. He was talking about, I'm going after the chomos. Cho is take the CH off the word CHILD, right? The little ones. And the mo is take of an O-lester that starts with an M-O. Cho, mo. So I ain't got to say the word. He was saying, I'm going to drain the swamps. He was going after them. Pizzagate, the ones that, and that's why they was locking them up. That's why he out of there. That's why I say, I don't give a crap about him personally and all that, but I seen what he said he was going to do and the things he did. Like bail out the historically black universities, like freed a lot of the prisoners who was unjustly imprisoned because of the Rockefeller laws back in he freed people from the 80s, people's fathers and grandfathers. Now, also, when I know everybody, at least in America, can attest to this. When we was in lockdown, those stimulus checks helped everybody out. And this one, I didn't get the first 2 stimulus checks because it wasn't given out to people, men who owed child support, arrears. Now, I started my child support case in arrears because they listened to my baby mama and she lied to them. So I started out in $14,000 in debt. So I never not paid. So technically, I ain't never not paid. So there shouldn't be no arrears. But because I started out the case and they just listened to what the woman said unjustly, and I didn't have $14,000 in cash to just give to her, I'm already in arrears as I'm working paying. So when y'all got y'all checks, I was hurting. So I had to keep working when everyone else was locked in. When y'all was enjoying the checks and locked in, I was out Ubering the whole time. Now, it was Trump that after the second check, he realized and he passed that we need to still give to those men who owe arrears. And because of it, I got the last check. I think we got 3, if I remember correctly. It was 3 or 4. But I got the last, and you don't understand how much I needed it. I was to the point where I was starving, bro, living by myself. And I was so thankful. I was like, man, I cannot believe he actually thought of us. And he didn't have to do that. Nobody was fighting. Nobody fights for the man on child support, no matter what it is. They just think it's the system is against it. I never not paid. And so I felt how y'all felt when y'all got y'all stimulus checks. The ones with kids got my baby mama got $25,000. What? And didn't give me nothing. She ain't break me off a biscuit, bro. She's serpent seed. Okay? So I know, so when I got that little bit, I was so happy, bro. And I went and cashed it, and I was able to eat and make it through until we came out of. So again, I look at the fruit of them when they were in. So when he make those crazy claims about I did more for black, he actually did. I'm sorry. Yeah, I know. Back in the 70s or the 80s, he called them thugs and savages. And yeah, whatever. Not saying that that was right. Cool. It was wrong. Facts. All of that. But we all did things wrong. You know them by the fruit. What are you doing today? I seen the work. And I seen them promote Biden, which was even worse than him. And that's when I made the judgment back then. Before that, and I did a video. Y'all can go on the channel. I think it's 4, 5, 7, 8 years ago. And it was when everybody was for Kamala, Biden, and Trump is this. And I made it contrary because I was going by the fruit. And I knew that what Biden was, man, you taking the doggone son of the devil and putting the devil himself in. Now they want us to put the mama of the devil in. They want us to put in the devil's mama. Enough is enough. I'll take the son. I know what y'all say. I know you like the lesser of two evils, they both evil. But sometimes we got to choose between what level of evil. We're in the second world, guys. This is the world of the adversary, Hasatan. This is the world of the devil. So we got to choose between evils. You have to. You always do. You do. I'm sorry, even within yourself, right? Because you got good and evil within you. So sometimes you got to choose the lesser of the evil of your own decision. Yeah, you better play the game of the serpent, wise as a serpent and all. So I got to judge between the lesser of two evils. I got to. Because I sure enough don't want the worst of two evils. See? So again, it's not about, I'm not telling y'all to vote for nobody. I'm not talking about no politics. I'm talking about fruit. I know people by their fruit. I know levels of darkness. I see spiritual things. I see spirits. And I send the darkest spirit with when Biden and them and all that. And now this doggone agent that they trying to make you see what they did? Look at the fruit. We went to the lowest, highest inflation rate, lowest economy, unemployment, borders open, migrants, chaos. We can't afford groceries, bro. Literally, we can't afford to live. And they're telling you, vote her in because she's Kappa Phi Kappa. She's a heifer phi heifer. I'm sorry. I repent for that. That was a jokey joke. Okay? Vote for her because she's a fraternity, sorority, Greek. You done lost your mind. We can't afford rent. We can't afford food. We can't afford to think. We can't afford people who got medicine. We can't afford nothing. The car notes. Remember the cars? A little, everybody car note be 500-600. You get nuke F-150 truck is $110,000. If I'm lying, I'm flying. Now, y'all. So again, I ain't Republican, Democrat, nothing. Be very careful what evil you put in. There's levels of evil and darkness. There's levels to good, righteousness. There's levels to darkness. Choose wisely. Because let me tell you one thing I do know. In about 50-something days, y'all mark my words, if she gets in, then I know that was the Most High's will. And guess what else I know? That's the mark that the end is coming fast. That meant it's going to get, you think you seen darkness? That dark winter they've been talking about in the 2030 agenda and all that crap? Hello? It's on and ramp it up. As Yasha said, I think it was Yasha, he wrote, Trump will give us a little more buffer time. That'll be 4 more years of preparation before, because who knows what's next. Yeah, the Project 2025, yeah. And then leading to the culmination is the Project 30. That's when they wanted to be the stamp out. But that just means everything it will be magnified. But they got these boule Greek sorority fraternities, gatekeepers, talking about talking about vote her in because she's A5A or whatever she is. You see, your doctor says she went across the stage, vice president, threw her pinky up and said, ee, or whatever they be doing. A little pledge to they dark. We heard the rituals. So I'm going to say this one more time. And we're going to close out. If she gets in November, I know that's my signal that the Most High is warning and saying it's sealed. That meant we need to ramp up everything tenfold to prepare for the collapses and stuff. Just so you know, I'm speaking spiritually, and I'm a man. I'm speak my truth to power. I ain't never tell you to pick no political party. I don't give political advice. I'm just speaking my truth. If she don't, I will say thank you, y'all, for another grace period. That's what I would say. Right? And it ain't got nothing to do with Trump. But it do, because he would be the one that's being used to stay it off for a little while. Just is what it is. We can't pick. Y'all use the serpents, donkeys, devils, demons. Y'all use whatever. He creates good and evil, right? So don't put, it's not about the person. I see spirits. I see spirits. All right. This has been, the scripture says it will be worse than the days of Noah at the end time. I showed these neo-pronoun things. We have to watch out for this stuff. And that administration will be making further laws that will convict us for not even understanding these things. And they gave them monies, protections, what they call that, policies. Yeah, they wrote policies. We didn't get nothing. They wrote policies for the Asians, what they call it, hate bills, for anti-discriminations, for them, for that community, the other community, the trans. But what did she say about black? I ain't doing nothing for solely black people. But they gave anti-discrimination and hate bills and everything for them solely, for the Asians solely, for the Arabs solely, but she said, I ain't doing nothing for blacks solely. That's what she said. So you know them by their fruit. You better listen to the words they speak and take them at their word. Do all the jumble stuff. We at a crossroads. It's a very, very monumental, the next 50 days is very, very monumental to the rest of our life on this earth. Very, very key. And I'm going to keep blowing the shofar. The scripture says, warn the children lest their blood will be on your hand. Warn them, warn them, warn them. Blow the shofar. Instructions. Blow it, blow it. And however it play after that, I'll have more instructions. If she get in or she don't, I'll have further instructions. That's what the house of Yah is. I thank you all for joining us on this divine discussion. I didn't stop naming the episodes, probably 76 or something. Thank you to Yadasa for your testimony exposing these sororities and Boule. That woman is part of the sorority, Boule. That's what she is. It just is what it is. That's who their allegiance is to. It's not to black people. It's not to the American people. It's to the Greek, Masonic, Canaanite, fallen angel, Nephilic organization that they belong to.
If Kamala Harris is elected, she would be sworn in.
She could be sworn
on
in
MLK Day
by the first black Supreme
and
Court.
possibly by Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Yeah.
Does
Stop
that
it.
not give you chills?
Come on. Stop it.
Does that not send
Maria?
Just make your whole body vibrate?
Now I can say I was wrong. Yeah, it do give me chills. But not the chills she's speaking of. It give me the same chills we used to watch that scary movie. You know, that horror movie that was really bad, the one that was really creepy, when all the lights was out, and the one that looked like it's coming through your TV, and you like, whoo. It give me that kind of chill. I correct myself. I stand corrected. It give me a chill, all right. You see? Now this woman, Ketanji, she said she don't know what a woman is. You heard? And she's in the Supreme Court. And they want to put her in the White House. And all this woman back here do Kamala the cackler. That's what I'm like. She cackle and she like, ha, 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 ha. She cackle. It's getting darker. Taj Baliyah said, I said that earlier, chills of fear. Yeah, I didn't perceive it earlier, Taj. I just seen it now. That's why I'm like, I didn't even know you wrote that. I'm like, yeah, it definitely, what does say you? All right? May the Most High cover and bless you all. Stay the light in this dark world. If nobody on the live panel want to say anything, then we're going to close out. The Most High is going to continue to reveal everything. He's going to give us total, complete instructions. Y'all just all fight to stay in his will. Stay in the light. Stay righteous as much as you can. Yeah, you fall and slip and do dark things, but overall, let your overall heart be light. The light of righteousness, not the light of darkness. Not the dark light. Don't let your light be dark light. People worrying about foolish stuff like America This ain't America. I'm not American. You're not this. Bro, they doing some of the darkest stuff in the world. Y'all play with that semantic folio stuff. Don't get caught up in the red rhetoric of ideologies and new, what they call those things, fads, new distractions. That's what they are. I should have told that sister who was here earlier, I'm an elder, so please show me the rightful respect. But I didn't have to. She was disrespectful, so thank y'all anyway. Go ahead, Yasha.
Quickly, Unc, I just want to say on behalf of the family here at Mashayas Assembly, I just want to thank Yadasa for, taking the time and, stepping out to be fearless and, I guess open our eyes to the reality of what that all really meant from experience, from living it. We don't have to go by a YouTube video or, people talking conspiracy theories. We heard it from someone that lived it. So I just want to say thank you to her for that and praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Salvation is in the testimony. That's why I have Testimony TV. That's why I encourage everyone, share your trauma, share your joy, share your pain, share your testimony. It's a testament to what you have experienced. And our job is to help someone else so they don't have to go through it. Fight the darkness, children of the Most High, because we're going to continue to fight it.
Bossy, you know what it is.
I already know what it is. All right, guys. The next lesson will be Friday, the study. I got y'all see the thumbnail, something very powerful coming. Some more good stuff. The investment group is tomorrow. I love you all. All praises. Stay the light in the dark.
Yeah. Praise Yah.
Yeah.
Praise Yah.
That part. All right. Thank you, Assembly. Thank you for assisting me. And thank you, Yadasa. And thank you, everyone, for busting that darkness in the head. We got work to do on behalf of the Father. And this house of y'all, we're going to continue to put that work in. Thank you, Hakyama. Thank you, Yasha. Thank you, Taj Balayah, for assisting me in your presence. We love you all.
Bossy, you know what it is.
From the house of Yah, we see y'all on the Shabbat Friday, Eastern Standard Time, 8:30 p.m. All right? I love you all. Where's my outro at? I done moved it. I got so much stuff. There you go. Shalom, everybody worldwide. Have a blessed night. Be
Shalom, shalom.
Hopefully y'all had a good night. Enjoyed yourselves. Shalom.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah.
Hallelujah. Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna put email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah. Say it again.
the Most High.
We hope you have a good time watching our videos, and we will see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews, the true and real Israelites. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.